I thought that we had, no matter, 9, okay.
Yeah.
I thought that we had, I signed it already, so I thought we had adopted it in the last one. I signed the resolution, I looked, it has an attachment, it shows I signed the resolution.
I'm gonna get the sample from.
So I thought we might have already approved it.
Maybe the resolution has
We
to
had.
Okay,
When Brett comes in.
yeah, okay,
Yeah, I
Oh, when
think
Brett's-
it's a little bit, because I don't like.
he's here all night.
Yeah,
There's
it's true.
a lot of talking. It doesn't bother me a bit.
We're gonna be okay with this right now, we're gonna go there. We're gonna kind of wait for that.
It's gonna happen over time.
It's not, it's just network not available.
They changed all the numbers. I just used the guest number.
Okay.
They reset it.
Connections.
Gotta go to your email now.
Hi, Button. Hello.
Yeah, you got some.
I could use some. Jeremy, maybe, or I'm having difficulty signing in. I don't know. Is there someone else who's can help with that?
He can help, he's good at that stuff.
Oh, I keep getting a error. So, yeah, sure. Thank you.
I'm just gonna use my phone.
I can troubleshoot them now.
Okay. Yes, she's not.
Oh, I know, okay. What time is it? What time is it?
6 over.
Okay. Alrighty, it's now, it is now 6:00, hello. It is now 6:01 PM and I'm calling to order this regular board meeting of the Sunnyvale School District Board of Education. This meeting is available in English and Spanish. Would the translator please give instructions on translation services available?
Yes, good afternoon. Today's meeting will be interpreted using Zoom's online interpretation function. Once the host has activated the interpretation function, all participants must choose their language of preference by clicking on the globe in the toolbar located at the bottom of the screen and clicking on the language of your choice. Thank you for your attention and cooperation. Buenas tardes a todos. Esta reunión se va a interpretar usando la herramienta de interpretación de Zoom. Una vez que el anfitrión active la función de interpretación, todos los participantes deben de seleccionar su idioma de preferencia haciendo clic en el icono del globo terráqueo que aparece en la barra de herramientas en la parte inferior de la pantalla y seleccionando el idioma correspondiente. Muchas gracias por su atención y cooperación.
Thank you. Please note that a recording is being made at the direction of the board and that the recording may capture sounds of those attending the meeting. I see that all board members are present with the exception of Trustee Maginot, so we can begin. Item 1B, Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, I'd like to invite Trustee Hubis Glimrich to read the Living Land Acknowledgement.
Sunnyvale School District is located on the ancestral and unceded land of the Nkmiba Ohlone tribe, who have peacefully honored and cared for this land for thousands of years. We recognize that every member of the Sunnyvale community continues to benefit from the use and occupation of this land. We acknowledge our responsibility to learn from the wisdom of the Ohlone people and to consider how we might work to repair injustices and how to move forward together in honorable ways.
Thank you so much. Okay, we are on to item 2, which is the approval of the agenda. If there's any member of the public who would like to speak on this item, which is solely the approval of the agenda, please use the raise hand feature now. Great, seeing none. Board, we have a couple tweaks to the agenda I'd like to propose in a motion. So if it's okay, I'll just read it out. So I motion to table items 9K, which is in the consent agenda, which is to approve the school plans for student achievement, the SIPSAs, and 11B, review and discuss strategic plan updates. And then for mechanical reasons, we need to move item 9E, which is also under consent, the adoption of a resolution 2526 in the matter of conveyance to dedicate and convey a public utility easement to PG&E for natural gas utility purposes. We need to move that under 10A, which is a public hearing on the proposed easement at Lakewood Tech EQ, PG&E for electrical and natural gas utility purposes. So,
I second.
thank you. That's because they have to go in a certain order, and we can't approve it first under consent. In previous agendas, when we had approving the easement, when we had consent at the end of the meeting, then it would be okay to approve it on consent. But because it's in the beginning of the meeting, that easement, the easement form itself, we have to approve after we have a public hearing. So,
Can I clarify the reason we're moving those other two, the SIPSA and then the strategic plan update, is so that we can have further discussion in the fall?
correct. So yeah, the idea for tabling the SIPSA is because it's a really detailed report about what each of the schools is planning to do next year, given the LCAP plans and the data that we have. And Peggy and I were talking about it. We were looking through packet review. There were a lot of comments and questions about it, and we thought maybe having the new superintendent there, having Mutu come and talk to us about the strategic plan with teaching and learning, we could get all of those, we could get the updates that have sort of the strategic plan and what the schools are doing. We could get that all at once in the fall, when we're all here. So we'll make sure that it's not the meeting.
So you say that and the LCAP?
No, we'll leave the LCAP where it is because we want time to discuss the LCAP if anyone has questions, and we have a lot on our agenda tonight. So those two things, rather than just pass it on consent and move on, or try to talk about the strategic plan really late at night, let's give it some time in the fall, maybe as one of our first study sessions. Does that sound okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion, second, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, and the motion passes. Thank you. Okay, we are on to item 3, community recognition for Dr. Michael Gallagher. So we have several presentations from the community for our outgoing superintendent, Dr. Mike Gallagher, who's retiring at the end of this month after 16 years with us at Sunnyvale School District and a 36-year career in public education in Santa Clara County. You know, Mike, you've been superintendent during 5 years that continue to be labeled as unprecedented times. And you know, during that time, we've reinvented school several times, making it through that pandemic, completed the facilities master plan, created a strategic plan, finished a couple of huge construction projects, started a few more. You know, and I'm just really proud of all the work that we've done together and that you've done with your leadership, like adding a TK as a grade level, removing costs to families for student nutrition and science camp. Like our district is flying the pride flag outside and on the dais this month. We have asphalt that's a different color than blacktop at half of our campuses now, and more on the way. And we're scheduled tonight to review and approve an MOU with the Our Ed Foundation for the first time in a really long time. So many things, it seems like small details that on their own are actually significant and you just made a big difference in the community. And I appreciate all the work that you've done. And just as a note, the work in public education is never really over. It's never really finished. It's a marathon, a sprint, and a relay. And even though the team is changing, your work will continue and be farther along than if you weren't a part of this. You've made a difference, and we are really grateful for your service.
Thank you.
So with that, we have several people here to thank you. And I see board members here as well. So and okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to read from the list that I've been given so far. First, we have up the council PTA. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Eric Thompson. I'm actually the Vice President of Leadership for 6th District PTA. I'm here on behalf of Kelly Creed, the President of Cupertino, Fremont, Sunnyvale Council of PTAs, who unfortunately wasn't able to make it this evening and sends her regrets. But the Cupertino, Fremont, Sunnyvale Council of PTAs is happy to present this Outstanding Administrator Award. This is one of the awards that's in the family of honorary service awards that California State PTA gives out. These awards also benefit all of the students and families in California by going into the scholarship and grants funds when PTAs purchase them. And the note was from the council that Dr. Gallagher, we're really just grateful for your commitment to equity, social emotional learning, culturally responsive teaching for more than 35 years, and they want to wish you well in your retirement and are so grateful for your partnership.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want a picture now? Why don't you just,
Well, you're the
yeah,
charge
why
of
don't you go on
just
over?
stand up there and.
Yeah, why don't you stand over there and take all your stuff and get your photos?
Absolutely.
Yes, would you like to wear
Thank
this as
you.
well?
Great.
All right. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3.
Lay it down. Okay.
One more this way. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
That means a lot. I've been going to see it.
You can, Mike, stay right over there. Would you like to have your stash?
Is this a good time?
This is a good time.
Okay, great. Next up, we have Fremont Union High School District. Is there a representative here from Fremont?
We need to flip it the other way.
Oh. When you get
It's
older.
a legend. No, it's the angle.
Yeah, you were fine before. You can
need
handle
a
either
hand.
way.
It
Just the other way now.
It's just upside down.
The letters were upside down, but now it's okay, right?
No.
No, can I? It's gonna have probably go under the leg too, so here, this way. Yeah, and then arm down.
Okay.
And then
You want to lay on top?
I think so. I mean,
Yep.
it's just the whole thing.
Okay. Okay. You need all of them now.
Yes,
Okay.
that's perfect.
All right, can I stay up here?
Oh.
Okay.
I have several trustees from the high school district.
Stay close.
So Dr. Gallagher, Cupertino Union School District and FUHSD have pretty similar resolutions, and so in order to save time, I'm gonna just talk about the resolution areas that are not covered under CUSD. And so we do want to thank you very much for all the service and work that you have done and your partnership with FUHSD. And it has, in the years that Rosa and I have been on the board, we know that it has really increased our participation and work in making sure that all of our students succeed. And those students who come from the Sunnyvale School District especially. So I'm just gonna, there's about 10 whereases, so I'll just pick 2 of them. So whereas Dr. Gallagher and his husband Jason are lifelong residents of the South Bay, passionate supporters of the San Jose earthquakes, and committed advocates for the empowerment and success of the region's youth. And now I can't find the other one that I was gonna do. So I'm just gonna say now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fremont Union High School District extends its deepest gratitude and heartfelt congratulations to Dr. Michael Gallagher on the occasion of his retirement and honors his enduring contributions to the education and the Sunnyvale community. And this was adopted unanimously by the entire board. So thank you. I did want to add a few words because I think I'm the one that has had children come through Sunnyvale School District, and I know that I've said this many times, but very grateful for the great work that the school district has done, and for my children especially. And we moved into the district when my oldest was in 5th grade and my youngest was going into 1st, and they thrived and did well and enjoyed their time in the school district. And so you were part of that. Maybe you weren't superintendent at the time because my kids are older, but you were here in the district at the time. And so you helped to lay that foundation. So just want to say thank you and really appreciate your friendship too, Mike, because it's always been fun at AAC and different places to interact with you. And so thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. There we go. Well, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have Cupertino Union School District.
We go way back.
Good evening, honorable board members, Superintendent Gallagher, and Executive Cabinet. My name is Sylvia Leong. I'm a trustee with the Cupertino Union School Board, and Naomi was very kind to let us do the resolution, although of course best laid plans never go the way that you want it to. So on behalf of the Cupertino Union School District, I am honored to share this commendation with you. Whereas Dr. Michael Gallagher has dedicated over 35 years of exemplary service to the public schools of Santa Clara County, serving with distinction as a high school English teacher, counselor, associate principal, middle school principal, district level director, assistant superintendent, deputy superintendent, and superintendent. And whereas Dr. Gallagher joined the Sunnyvale School District in May of 2009 as assistant superintendent of human resources, progressing to Deputy Superintendent of Human Resources and Information Systems, and ultimately assuming the role of Superintendent. And whereas as Superintendent, Dr. Gallagher initiated the development of the Sunnyvale School District's inaugural 6-year strategic plan and comprehensive multi-year facilities master plan, resulting in the creation of the Profile of a Sunnyvale Learner and the Sunnyvale Promise Under. And whereas under Dr. Gallagher's leadership, the Sunnyvale School District successfully secured voter approval for a $214 million facilities bond measure with over 72% support and renewed the district's parcel tax with over 80% support. And whereas during his tenure as Deputy Superintendent, Dr. Gallagher introduced the social and emotional dimensions of teaching and learning alongside culturally responsive teaching practices and implemented innovative employee support systems. And whereas, and this is the most important, from 1999 through April 2009, Dr. Gallagher served with the Cupertino Union School District, first as principal of Miller Middle School and subsequently as CUSD Human Resources Director. And whereas Dr. Gallagher contributes to the community through his services on the board of Sunnyvale Community Services, membership in Sunnyvale Rotary, board membership in the Center for Reaching and Teaching of a Whole Child and the Santa Clara County Schools Insurance Group, and his role as adjunct faculty member for San Jose State University's Educational Doctorate Program and Santa Clara University's Masters of Art in Education Administration Program. And whereas Dr. Gallagher earned his Doctor of Education degree from San Francisco State University, his master's degree in counseling education and educational administration, and bachelor's degree in English from Santa Clara University. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the Cupertino Union School District does hereby honor, celebrate, and extend sincere commendations to Dr. Michael Gallagher upon his retirement in recognition of his dedicated service and profound contributions to public education and the community. Thank you, Mr.
Like the Cupertino part.
All right, ready?
Get Jeremy in the background.
1,
No.
2. You have to hold up the.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Perfect. 1, 2, 3. Awesome.
Thank you.
Coming.
Thanks. Okay, next up, we have Mr. Tom Pike from the Office of Congressman Ro Khanna.
Okay.
Dr. Gallagher,
Hi.
on behalf of Congressman Ro Khanna, I just want to thank you for your 35 years of education service. I think, as I've said many times before, parents are certainly invested in the process, and it's a great benefit to have people such as yourself who work for years, knowing that you have what I would call amplified constituents with parents and families and children, and to be able to work with everyone, educators, all people with the district. It's a team effort with high demands but great benefits. And on behalf of the congressman, I would like to thank you for your service. And then all of the details are on here. I'm not going to go into it as well, but I did want to say also thank you personally for achieving the aspirational goal of retiring and thereby being a role model for some of us someday. But on behalf of Congressman Khanna, thank you for your service. Really appreciate it.
All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Do one more. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, we have a representative from the Office of Supervisor Otto Lee.
Or maybe.
I didn't see you over there. Welcome.
Hiding back there, see?
Welcome.
Yes, I am a representative of the office. Well, good evening, everybody. First of all, thank you very much for giving us the chance to celebrate Dr. Gallagher's retirement today. And I'm Otto Lee, yes, I also represent my office as the county supervisor and currently serving also as the county president. Honored to be here representing the largest county in Northern California of 2 million people. We are celebrating one of these amazing people that has now dedicated 36 years, wow, of his life in education. I did 28 years in the Navy. I thought that was a long time. That's 8 more years there. And actually, speaking of that, you joined our Sunnyvale City School District here back in 2009. That was the year I actually was in Iraq for a year. That was 16 years ago. And of course, all your amazing work as a leader, you've been championing the social emotional learning, culturally responsive practices, and building the innovative systems supporting our staff and students. I'm not going to read all the things that have been mentioned, but I do want to highlight a couple of things. Is the fact that you actually passed this $214 million bond with 72% and renewed it, right, at 80%. And now they're going to be retiring. The county really needs your help. We don't lose our money for Medicaid cuts. The Senate talked about $1 trillion cut, and we'll lose easily $1 billion. So we'll need your help to help us do something of a bond in the future. So please, yes, Joanne, all right, everyone heard that, right? We got to commit it to help us raise some money for the county. And really, it's your amazing work serving our community education boards, teaching our future leaders at San Jose State, Santa Clara University. Our office actually was part of the alignment team for Sunnyvale community-wide strategic planning process back in 2023 and 2024. It was really crystal clear that you had wanted to build the vision of strategic plan that was more welcoming, more inclusive, and more supportive for our children's health and well-being. Basically, you've been doing DEI for decades, before DEI was even a term. And this is exactly the time.
And we're gonna keep doing it.
And exactly, we're gonna keep doing it, exactly. Thank you, right? And focusing on everything from the parent really want our kids in this school setting. And it really is leaders like you, Mike, that our children in Sunnyvale really are so lucky to have this great chance of being the very best version of themselves. So I just want to say, Dr. Gallagher, thank you very much from the bottom of our heart for all your partnerships with our office, myself, since I began this role back in 2021 during the middle of the pandemic. And so today, June 18th, the community celebrates your retirement, honoring your deep commitment to public service and student success, and that the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors unanimously voted to commend you for your lasting impact on education in our children in Santa Clara County. Congratulations, sir. And I'm sure you won't miss the morning bells. Thank
you. 1, 2, 3. Paparazzi. 1, 2, 3. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anything the county needs, you let me know.
All right, we'll hold you on that. Yes, we need that.
Thank you. And next we have a representative from Senator Aisha Wahab's office, Ms. Elizabeth Beck.
Hi, good evening,
And
board.
Ms. Victoria Lowe from Assemblymember Patrick Aird's office.
Thank you so much. It's a great honor to be here today representing State Senator Dr. Aisha Wahab, along with my colleague Victoria Lowe, District Director for Assemblymember Patrick Aarons. It's a true honor to be here today celebrating you, Dr. Gallagher, for the decades of contribution to education. As a former educator myself, I know how important it is to have administration that is truly supportive, not just of teachers and faculty, but of students and parents. So I would first like to thank you and echo all the sentiments from everyone else who's spoken here today of all the contributions you've made to the city of Sunnyvale. We have here today a joint commendation, actually resolution, on behalf of both houses in the state legislature to honor you today for your contributions. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, hello. Okay. Hi, Dr. Gallagher.
Our office has not represented Sunnyvale for too long. We got Sunnyvale very happily in 2022, and I want to say, like, during that time, we've seen how much heart that you've put into the school district, and it really shows with how you interact with everyone and the students and the families. So thank you so much for your dedication and time. And as a former Miller Middle School graduate and CSC graduate, thank you so much for your dedication and service.
Must be.
I didn't know that. That's so
Impressive.
cool. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3.
This is taller than I am.
1, 2, 3. Got it?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Good to see you.
Enjoy your retirement.
Yes.
So that's
Let's just recognize city manager.
Oh,
Tim
and
Curry.
city council.
Yes. Oh, okay. Council member Eileen Lake, welcome, and former trustee of St. Louis. Welcome back. In theory.
Thank you so much. I'm going to go ahead and read this. It's not a bunch of whereases, and it's relatively straightforward, I think. But the City of Sunnyvale thanks and recognizes Dr. Michael Gallagher for his long career in public service, where he served public schools in Santa Clara County for more than 35 years. During his tenure, Michael served in a variety of roles, starting as a teacher before working his way to the superintendent for the Sunnyvale School District. And then the rest of it is more or less been covered by other people here, but I want to highlight, thank you for being a partner with the city during COVID, because I was asked by a constituent, why is Mike retiring? He's so young. And I said, you don't understand how long the COVID years were.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to say, I heard Trustee Nakana Matsumoto talking about, oh baby, you're okay, about having kids in the district. And I just wanted to read this text that you sent me on April 1st, 2024.
It's April 1st, so.
It says, just FYI, in case John asks, I visited Lakewood today. I only mention it because John asked, what's the boss of all the schools doing here? And I just really appreciate that, because that's what you do. You're the boss of all the schools. And I think there's just so much stuff so many things that you have your fingers in, and so many things that you're so knowledgeable about. And that's, what has made you a great superintendent, that and being able to see where the district is going and try to, as everyone else has said, developing that facilities master plan, that strategic thinking in the strategic plan. And that's been a real gift of yours. And I'm very thankful to have had you as my son's superintendent for his academic career. And not this guy's maybe, but in the future. I hope you have a wonderful retirement. On behalf of the city, thank you so much for all your years of service.
Thanks, Eileen. He can totally be in the picture.
Yeah.
It's like cover space.
That's okay. Do you want to say cheese? Cheese.
Hold it.
Yeah.
Hold it together.
Yes,
Oh.
Got it.
Perfect.
Wow, that was good. Now.
Yeah. Right.
Oh.
Last but not least, we have trustee Pat Carpio, also a teacher in Sunnyvale School District, Maestra Carpio Aguilar.
Thank you so much. Good evening, board and Dr. Gallagher, cabinet, and everybody else here who is celebrating with Dr. Gallagher. Dr. Gallagher, I do not have any piece of paper to give you. What I am giving you is just a really heartfelt gratitude because I know you hire so many people for our district, and so you probably don't remember that very first encounter, but I remember the first encounter with you. We remember. It's kind of like our students, they remember us in a way that we might forget because, the business that you do. And so I just want to say thank you. I remember when I was in the interview, in the second part of the interview, and you asked about my graduate degree, and I said, I do have one from Mexico, but I need to get one from here. That's why I'm switching districts. I'm very happy with the district that I was working at, but I want to be closer where I don't have to commute as far. And you tapped your desk with your hand and you said, we're going to get you a master's degree. And so that stuck with me. And this was my classroom right here. And you were my teacher. And I remember so much about human resources, the way you taught it, and school finances. And I'm putting it to good use right now. I also remember getting to yes on collective bargaining or interest-based bargaining. And so that book it's coming back to me, and I'm like, that was Dr. Gallagher. So the way that you impact people may be to use something that you just do, but we remember it and it nestles in our hearts and in our minds, and I just want to say thank you. And you're a great teacher. I hope you keep teaching. And I'm living vicariously through you because we're just 3 months apart, so I'm looking at like, I gotta retire. Don't tell anybody in the district yet. So
no, we won't.
So thank you so much, and I really, really wish you a happy retirement. Muchísimas gracias.
So actually now we'd like to take a short recess to celebrate with some. Oh, okay, great. I thought that we had, okay, yes. If there's anyone, we can do public comments. We had talked about not doing public comments on presentation or awards, but this is very special, so of course we will do it. So if you would like to make a public comment right now, please use the raised hand feature on Zoom. And or feel free to approach the podium. Reed Myers, former trustee.
Thank you. I just didn't follow any of the rules, so that's kind of the kind of trustee I was.
We'll go immediately online after that.
Thank you so much, Bridget. I just could not be here, Mike. I'm feeling like this is an end of an era, and it's really touching me in so many different levels. I was on the board for 9 years while you were in the district, and was on the board that hired you as superintendent. And you've grown so much in all these years and done so many amazing things. And I heard that list that was read, and I was like, no wonder you're retiring. Like, that was a lot of stuff that you've accomplished, and hopefully we'll keep you busy still. So my son, I literally just got back late last night from taking him back from UW Seattle, and so my kids are completely grown as of last night or as of this weekend. And Sunnyvale was amazing for them. Like they just are independent. I don't have to pay for them anymore, which is like miraculous. And they had such a good experience, and I really do owe it a lot to you and the district for giving them such an amazing experience. And I know so many other children share that, and there's other children that need more help, and you guys have done such an amazing job at working on that because it's a challenge that is constant. So we had so many laughs and so many, mostly laughs, we had a lot of laughs and lots of trips and lots of working together. And I just want to say thank you, and I just can't believe that you're gone. And but I get to still work with you on Silicon Valley Read, so thank you for that too. Yeah. All right, thank you so much. Let's give you a hug.
Congratulations on
Oh,
your
thank
kids.
you. No more kids.
I'm feeling.
Okay, so we have just one comment online, and then we'll take a short recess. Go ahead. Go ahead, Gita.
Hi, Dr. Gallagher. Are you able to hear me?
You can.
Okay. Hi. Thank you so much for being with our district. I mostly remember you as the person who drove the bonds, the measures. They were very successful because you personally involved and you made sure that the community knows about them. And we're very appreciative of all the parents that participated. So I really remember that. But I also heard a lot of comments about how well the district did during the COVID time. Unfortunately, my son was also one of the kids who accessed a public school during his preschool years during the COVID times, and the district tried its best to do that. And I know it's not an easy task, and I think that one task was the most Herculean task for any educator during that time. And I really appreciate you trying hard to make sure that our students remain educated. And I always thank you for the partnership that you show with parents to involve them and include them with the different input sessions that you've scheduled for LCAP and all the other strategic planning meeting and all the other ones, which we really appreciate. And you've been fantastic role model in our district on a lot of fronts that we all know of. So thank you so much for that, and wishing you a happy retirement. Hope you can rest well with the laurels that you've earned in this district. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, so we would like to take just a short recess for a little bit of chatting and congratulating on a one-on-one level. And there's a few refreshments at the back. So why don't we plan to, we'll take a short break and we will return, we'll shoot for 7 p.m. Okay, so thank you very much. And we're just gonna pause the meeting for a few minutes until 7 p.m. Thank you. So we can appropriately celebrate. Peggy is not back yet, we'll just wait one more minute.
It's pretty good.
Custom fungal?
Custom.
As long as we're waiting.
Okay. Evelyn, were you able password and then you should.
Yeah, I mean, thank you.
Oh God.
So this one's not on vacation, and this one is on vacation.
That's pretty good. You see that?
That's funny. Okay, now we're ready.
That's. Is it? It's really nice.
Oh, Jesus.
Make sure your microphones are off and you're speaking.
Okay, thank you. All right, it's 7:01 and we are back. We are on to item 4, comments from the board and superintendent. We can go down the line today. Is there anyone who'd like to begin? Go ahead. Trustee Perfetta.
So we had fun at our Fairwoods field day. All the kids had a lot of fun with the obstacle courses. And it's always fun to volunteer. It takes a lot of work with parents, but it's always fun. And secondly, my third daughter graduated high school. It was a great celebration. So in the fall, I'll have 3 kids in college. And I have Malila over here. She'll be in 5th grade. And we started the summer off with a 3-night glamping, actually. And that was fun.
Very nice.
Well, it has been, as always, the end of the year, kind of busy couple of weeks. Couple of weeks already? Yeah. And among the things that I did personally, my oldest son got at last the celebration of his Eagle Scout that he achieved about a year ago. Finally, we got to celebrate the Court of Honor, which is a celebration where they swear for the challenge that are gonna come in the future, not just all the achievements during the past and all the achievements of how they are prepared for life, but how they are prepared to the next challenges as a good citizen and as a good member of the humankind and part of the society. So it's a very beautiful ceremony. And it asks a lot of them to always follow the code of honor and the code of scouting, which is very neat. So we did that. Among other things, we've been meeting with the Santa Clara CSBA we also be meeting a lot with the CLSBA, and I hope everybody make it to the Unity. And yeah, and the end of the year celebrations, a lot of things happening in the school.
So I really enjoyed attending our first middle school graduation at Columbia Middle School and accepting that graduating class. That was a real honor. My last graduation for middle school, I had been a teacher, and so it was very different to be up, on the stage and shaking so many hands and lots of smiles. So it was really a great experience. The other thing that I'm proud of is finishing the Masters in Governance course. We did course 5 a couple weekends ago, and that was about community relations and advocacy and governance integration. And a few of us have been traveling up to Hayward to do that coursework, and I thought it was really cool. We had a cohort of maybe 8 to 10 teachers from both Alameda and Santa Clara County, and so I think that's a really neat development is just seeing more educators running for school board, and so we've formed some, an affinity group around that. Part of the finals for the Masters in Governance is they give you an assignment. And so we each wrote an essay. And so I just wanted to share a little bit, the last part of my essay that I wrote. An important learning here is that we evolve and we take from these trainings what is relevant to us at this time. I understand that serving on the governing board of trustees will be an ever-evolving role, and I welcome the opportunity for that challenge. And I appreciate that the MIG classes have provided the foundational knowledge from which to serve the community to the best of my ability with integrity and clarity of purpose. And I will send in the rest of my events. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just wanted to mention to the public that, again, we are so excited that it's Pride Month and that we have the flag outside the district office and the flags made it to the dais. So I think that's really an accomplishment for our district. And also that we're able to celebrate Juneteenth by giving our employees a paid day off, right, a vacation day. We're not able to celebrate it in a school classroom setting, but because it's a day of celebration and to have the day off, everyone can have the day off. I sent in my activities for the minutes, but I also do want to say that I was very excited to be at the promotion ceremony for SMS, and I look forward to when we can have both ceremonies attendable in some way, shape, or form. One day. They are very close, a few minutes apart. But that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna try to keep this brief, but I'm gonna start off. Thank you so much for putting this together. I really appreciate it. I guess I didn't really know what to expect, but it was really nice that so many people came out. Reminded me of how long I've been doing this. So that was really kind. I guess I want to start off by thanking. This is my last board meeting. Thanking the team, the executive cabinet, Brant's here representing the rest of cabinet today with Aaliyah and Jesus, and the principals. When I think about those teams that I work most closely with, there's no better group. There's no better group that we could have for Sunnyvale, and I'm just really appreciative. Your expertise, your dedication, your commitment to the bottom line to students, no matter what the role is commendable. And the community too. And I guess I'll go into just a couple of short reflections. I was thinking, 36 years, you think back to what motivated me from the beginning. And I come from a family of teachers. And I think I've shared this before, that my father was also a high school English teacher. And my mother was a high school math teacher, which is where I learned that the traditional roles is that women go into math and science and men go into languages. That was what was in my mind. That's so whatever stereotypes people have, that's the one I had. So I went into to become an English teacher, and I followed in my dad's footsteps, and he passed early. And so part of my motivation to pursue my career in the different steps was to honor him. And I think that I have, so I'm thankful for that. And then the other thing that I'll share is, by the way, I've always been emotional. I'm Irish, that's part of it. So that's what you get. I used to try to hold it back more, but now I don't need to. The other thing I'll share is that this weekend, Jason and I went to see a documentary on Harvey Milk. And we were reminded that it was in the late 70s when I was in junior high at my most impressionable time that all that happened. It was at a time when there was an election, Proposition 6 in California, that would have barred gay people from being in education. So the flags are nice, but I hope that just by me being here and being who I am has inspired some kids and our employees in our community. So I thank the community for giving me that opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you. We're on to item 5, comments from the Sunnyvale Education Association. I see an official representative here. Would you like to take? Oh no, Sunny, I'm just thinking Educational Foundation. If there's anyone, I don't see an official representative here. If you're online and you would like to say anything, please use the raised hand feature now. None? Okay. Item 6, comments from the California School Employees Association. If there's an official representative online, please use the raise hand feature if you wish to speak.
None.
Okay. Number 7, here we are. This is where I got confused for a minute. Comments from the Sunnyvale Education Foundation. Would you like to take a moment at the mic?
I'll take a moment. At last meeting, I mentioned that we wish everyone well for the summer break. Of course, now school is out. And this poem that I had read recently touched me and reminded me of the little moments that can be the most important and powerful moments. And it is by the fabulous poet Mary Oliver. It's called Don't Hesitate. And I'd like to share it with you this evening as inspiration as we all look forward to our summer and our break. If you suddenly and unexpectedly feel joy, don't hesitate. Give in to it. There are plenty of lives and whole towns destroyed or about to be. We are not wise and not very often kind, and much can never be redeemed. Still, life has some possibility left. Perhaps this is its way of fighting back. That sometimes something happens better than all the riches or power in the world. It could be anything, but very likely you notice it in the instant when love begins. Anyway, that's often the case. Anyway, whatever it is, don't be afraid of its plenty. Joy is not made to be a crumb. Find joy, embrace it. I wish you all a fabulous summer from the Sunnyvale Education Foundation. We look forward to seeing you when you're all back. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, item 8, comments from the public. This is the time to comment about things that are not on the agenda. This portion of the agenda provides the opportunity for members of the public to directly address the governing board on any item of interest to the public. However, provisions of the Brown Act, Government Code 54954.2a and .3 preclude any action being taken on any item not appearing on the posted agenda. Time limits allocated to public testimony are 3 minutes per person and 20 minutes for public comments. Speakers are asked to give their name and affiliation so that an accurate record is reflected in the minutes. As a reminder, oh, this is not that part. Okay, do we have anybody Any cards or any raised hands? If you're online, you can use the raised hand feature now. None? Okay. Great, then we are on to item 9, consent agenda items. Any item on the consent agenda is subject to review and discussion prior to being approved by the board. If necessary, any items may be removed for separate action. The public may address the board regarding any items on the consent agenda. Is there any member of the public present who wishes to comment on the consent agenda or pull an item from consent to comment on it and to have a separate consideration or vote? Please use the raised hand feature. Okay. Board, we've already moved a couple things around from the consent agenda, either tabling them or moving them later in the meeting. Is there anything else you wish to pull for discussion, or would you like to make a motion to pass the consent agenda as listed?
I move to pass the consent agenda without the items that are there. I actually was gonna ask to talk about some of the items that we pull out, but it's good that we're not. So I asked to approve the agenda without the 2 items that you took out.
Okay, do we have a second?
I second.
All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, and the consent agenda passes. All right, we are on to review and action. Item 10A is public hearing on the proposed easement at Lakewood Tech EQ. Grant Burns, Director of Facilities and Operations.
All right, good evening, board. Tonight we're holding a public hearing as part of the required process to convey an easement to PG&E at our Lakewood EQ Elementary School site. PG&E has requested an easement over 3 small non-contiguous areas totaling just over 2,500 square feet in order to maintain and service their gas and electric infrastructure. This is a 2-step process. Step 1 happened at the June 4th board meeting, where we adopted a resolution of intention to convey. This is the public hearing that precedes step 2, which will be the adoption of resolution 2526, which is the resolution of intent. The resolution of conveyance. Following this public hearing and assuming there are no legal objections, the board will be asked to adopt the resolution formally approving the easement under a separate agenda item.
Okay, thank you very much. If there's any public comment, please use the raise. Actually, we're going to go to a public hearing. We're going to open the public hearing right now at 7:16 p.m. If you're online and would like to speak on this item at our public hearing, you can use the raised hand feature now. Okay, we're gonna leave it open for another few seconds. Okay, it's 7:17 p.m. and I'm closing the public hearing. Or there's no action on this item, but we've just moved 9E, the adoption of the resolution, to now. So it previously was on consent.
Can I make a motion?
Yes, please.
I'd like to move that we approve resolution 2526, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 2526 in the matter of resolution of conveyance to dedicate and convey a public utility easement to Pacific Gas and Electric Company for electrical and natural gas utility purposes.
I second.
Thank you. Okay, board, any discussion or questions?
I just wanted to note that on the document that is on the board meeting, it's listed as 25-25, but then on the agenda, it's 2526. And I think that might just be a typo. So to note that.
You mean in the agenda, like this on the side of the assembly, like how it's entered on the side and then versus.
It's an attachment in
The attachment is one way, but the agenda reads another way.
Yes, the attachment under 10A.
And the resolution per se.
Yes. So I think we should just clarify that, because I read that,
25.
it says 2525 on the
The
electronic one under 10A, the PD,
The file name.
the file, but the name and within the file is listed as 2525. And then the item that we moved from consent is 25-26. And that was the motion that I just made. So I just wanted to clarify that we are approving 2526. Is that what you're holding up?
I'm holding up 25-26.
Okay.
Yep.
Wait, so where do you see that? Because on mine it says 25-26 on everything.
It's under the supporting documents, it says
Yeah,
resolution
if you
25.
click
It's the file.
25, labeled
I know what you're saying.
easement, and you click inside, the title is 2525.
Oh, that's on the item 10A.
And 10A, yeah.
On 10A, okay, so the one, but actually the one that you're approving, the one that we moved
Yeah.
from there.
Consent.
So we didn't do anything with the other one, we just listed the wrong name. When we were under like the, on the agenda, but when you made the motion, it was for 25-26, and
Right.
item E, 9E is listed as 25-26, so I don't think there was a problem. I think we're
Yeah.
good.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Discussion? Okay, board, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, great, the easement, the adoption passes. On to item 10B, approval and adoption of the 2024 through 2027 local control and accountability plan in California local indicators. Dr. Tasha Green, Chief Teaching and Learning Officer.
Okay, good evening, board. It's been a wonderful evening so far, and we are excited to get to have an opportunity to further discuss our local accountability plan. Prior to doing that, the emphasis of tonight is to review the findings of our local indicators. And so I'll kind of walk through that process because that comes in conjunction with additional clarification about our plan and for it to actually be approved. So with that, I will jump in this evening. Okay, so I'm gonna go through these next few slides pretty efficiently because each time we kind of speak to these a little bit, but this is just a reminder of actually why we do this. It's kind of a self-assessment is the way I like to look at it, based upon the plan that we've written, our analysis of our work this year, looking at the questions that are asked to basically do that self-assessment of how we're doing it. And it's just a way for us to really be reflective of the work over the year that guides our LCAP, what are our strengths, what are our weaknesses, what are areas that we need to continue to work on. So a lot of the self-reflection work we do, but there are some targeted questions and that are identified as a part of that. The areas that, there are 8 priorities, the areas that we are focused in on are identified, and we'll go through those particular survey items for us as a school district. So we have our academic indicators, which is state priority 4. Then we have our suspension rate indicator, which is included in priority 6. English language learner indicator, chronic absenteeism, graduation rate, which is a little different for us because we're elementary district, and then career indicator, which is priority 8. So for our local indicators, we'll focus in on the areas that we are responsible for as an elementary school district this evening, and we will go through the assessment that we've gone through those particular areas. So the first is, are we providing our students with the data and information that they need in our plan? Going through the different areas, we look at, are we meeting it, are we not meeting it? And kind of where are we in our process? So we are moving forward, and we definitely are attentive to the areas that have been identified for us as a school district. Okay. First standard here is about progress in our Williams settlement, and this year we actually we have been compliant and been 100% with regards to the areas that we need to there. Based upon the new formula that the state has gone through, this coming school year we will have 2 sites that have been identified to go under a Williams review, and so that happens within the first, I think it's 45 days of the school year, and so we'll get a surprise visit, and they will go to our schools and reassess how those particular schools are doing. It's a random way by which they are identifying, and we have 2 schools that have been selected. Vargas and Cherry Chase will be the schools for us this coming school year. Also, as a part of Priority 1, we look at our curriculum. Is it aligned? And are we providing clean facilities? And so based upon that, we don't have any missed assignments for our teachers. We have appropriate staff in the right positions. We have standards aligned curriculum at all of our school sites and for all students. And our facilities do meet, it says a good repair should be due, a typo there, but we are meeting the standards that need to be met as it relates to our schools and facilities and being safe. The next priority area is around implementation of state academic standards. So it's either these next sections that are coming up, it's either are you in the exploration phase all the way up to full implementation and sustainability. And so as we look at that, the first area of emphasis in this particular priority is regards to professional development. And so in that, there's a set of questions that were asked that relate to each of these areas of English language arts, ELD, history, social science, mathematics, and science standards. And of course, these are core academic areas. And so based upon that self-assessment, you will see where we are with that. So we're either in the phase of full implementation or initial implementation in this particular phase areas. The next area is with regards to instructional materials. Again, looking at all of our core areas, and these are self-reflection areas here. I want to pay special attention to our English language development. I'm highlighting that not because it's just because it's a 2, but it does reflect how well we do as a district at being self-reflective. Like our principals, our district, we're looking at that, and we know that's an area for need. And a lot of those moves, while they have been made this year, it's still an area of need with initiatives that we have coming forth in this coming school year. The next area is regarding policies and support programs, looking at how we are delivering curriculum and instruction, how we have our frameworks. Again, looking at the core areas, and as we do that self-reflection, we're either in full implementation or getting closer to sustainability. So still moving in the right direction with regards to our policies and support programs. The final area here for priority 2 is implementation of our standards. So I'll let the numbers there speak for themselves. I want to emphasize career and technical education. It's kind of a gray bucket for us. It's kind of how we describe it as an elementary district. At the middle school level, we don't have the level of career and tech that you might have at the high school level. But just wanted to share one of the things that we have discussed with regards to this area is maybe this might be an opportunity within our after-school programming on how we might be able to cultivate that area for some of our students. With regards to electives and things like that, we're pretty much saturated as far as what we have capacity to offer. We do have different programs in both SMS and Columbia Middle School that kind of support this bucket, but we have been in discussion about how can we cultivate that better, and that's one of the areas we're talking about on how that might be a possibility. The next area is on engagement of our school leadership, and this is on, activities with teachers and the school administrators. I have to admit, I was a little bit surprised that we got threes here, but just because there have been so many conversations this school year and engagement around programs and services. But nonetheless, based upon these particular areas and the content, we are in the implementation phase for many of these areas. The next big bucket is with regards to state priority area of parent engagement. And so we have self-assessment that we've done with regards to this. Overall, looking at a pretty positive span here on kind of where we are and engaging our families, respecting our families, being sure that there are multiple opportunities throughout the year from a district as well as a site level to engage with our families and opportunities for them to be able to communicate in the way that they need to. And then the last item is with regards to welcoming families in the community. And so both from survey data and input received from the rubric, we are scoring 4s in these particular areas. The other big areas are regarding building partnerships for student outcomes. This is an area we continue to build and work upon. We have a lot of good partnerships in our district. And so, one of the elements, especially during this particular time where we have this fiscal transitioning and these relationships become that much more important to either fill gaps, strengthen programs that we currently have, or actually just offer programs that we don't have the capacity to offer just because of what the particular programming might be. But we continue to assess in this area and look at what are the right partnerships for us and in working with our families, and also get their input too on particular things that might be of interest to them. Next section is decision making. How are we engaging our families as members in our decision making process? There's a multitude of ways by which that can occur. We've self-reflected on this particular area and also based upon some of the feedback that we received. And so at this point, we're 3s in this area. There are at least 3 specific initiatives as we look to next school year on how we might improve upon that. Some of those areas include MTSS systems and teams. The other is with regards to our positive behavior intervention supports, climate culture on our campuses, and then just how do we seek more dedicated information from, like, whether it be affinity groups or whatever the case might be, but just how do we go about incorporating parents in decision making in a way that makes more sense to them as families. And then I just included just a snapshot. Last time did give the detail with regards to the Panorama survey, but as a part of our local indicators, we are supposed to share just the overall results from those surveys as it relates to how connected do you feel to adults at your school, and then students that how they responded with positive feelings, just kind of getting a sense of kind of where we are. So we definitely have some cultivation work we need to do in middle schools, and through some of the smaller group sessions that we've had this year, whether it be around algebra, just math in general, Juntos programs and other things, how we go about getting the voices of our students and our families will be altering just a little bit to get a little bit more intentional input from them. Paul talked about last time, we're also changing our survey process so that we can think about how we do that. We will continue to have our cross-district survey periods, but then having shorter, more dedicated surveying so we can get that dedicated information about particular programs or initiatives that we're working on. So that would be some of the ways by which we're hoping to improve upon that particular area. And then our access to a broad course of study. From this standpoint, we continue to do well to be sure we are offering what it is we're required to do, but also trying to be sure that other elements are integrated when appropriate for students, whether that be coming from our teachers, our families, or our site administrators about things we might want to consider offering in a little different ways. So we continue to look at that. At our middle schools, there were some questions here around our elective courses, and so I just wanted to clarify, the one particular question was around the social movements and justice. And really that particular element, it comes through in our core work as well, but we look at that happening in our ASD programs at both middle schools, because sometimes that particular period on the campuses is where we're doing focus on social emotional learning, some of the lifelong learning skills elements are there. And while it's not considered a dedicated area for the social movements and justice, it does also happen within some of the programming around, funny enough, the arts and music, because within those particular genres and opportunities, you can bring forth some of the literature, some of the songs, and the meaning behind that, and it just kind of brings forth some of those elements. So those are some of the ways by which that is incorporated from both middle schools, and we'll continue to look at that. So with that, there should be one more, or maybe not. Okay, let me check my slides. Hold on, I thought I had one more in there. If I don't speak to it, give me just a second. Okay, yeah, it's not there. So basically, the other piece that I wanted to highlight here, I thought I added that slide, but I'll just speak to it, is as our electives, we're always reflecting on what we're offering at our middle schools. You know, there's interest, there's what will prepare students later for other opportunities, there's what parents think they ought to have, you know, so we're always trying to reflect to look at those particular elements. And as I spoke to on the other side, the two big areas I think we're really trying to put a little extra time in this year is on the career technical education, visual art, performing arts, and then the applied arts area. Just, you know, what does that need to look like? Do we have what we need? Do we need to restructure things? So principals are busy looking at their schedules now, but as far as meeting content of what we need to do, we have that met. We're just always trying to look at how we can refine it, make it better, and be sure we're meeting not just the compliance side of things, but also what kids want and are interested in. So that kind of completes the segment with regards to the local indicators, what informs our LCAP, what informs our practices. And then with that, I will pause to see if there are any particular questions as it relates to the indicators, and then we will transition into our LCAP plan.
Just a clarifying question, you said it's CTE and visual and performing arts, or was there something else that you're?
The visual and performing arts, career technical education, and applied arts.
Applied arts.
Mm-hmm.
What is applied arts?
That could be like culinary arts.
Oh, okay.
Yes, those elements. Music, a little bit, yeah.
Okay, great. So before we go, would you have
On
any more
that same,
clarifying
on that
questions?
same question, what types of career technical education opportunities? You said you feel like we're saturated in terms of what we can offer during the school day?
Yeah, saturated from the standpoint, we have what we can have for electives at our school. One, because of space, number of sections we can have that from that standpoint. And that's why we look into the after school program where we can cultivate some of that. So we do have, like, you know, our arts program, we do have the culinary program, we do have our music. So even though those are not specifically because a student is taking music to become a musician, they are considered paths that can lead to a technical or a career type education. So we don't have the opportunity at this time, based upon our structure, to add any additional courses that may tie more strongly to career technical education. And that's why we're going to look to after school programs to see if that might be a place by which we can cultivate some of those additional interests that some of our students actually do have. So
Can I, last year when Isabel and I went to the CLSB conference, which I forgot to say, we should absolutely try to go to. They talked about career and technical education, which I think can start in sixth grade or seventh grade. You can get funding for it, so there's grants available. And there was a group there, for example, that did both in-school, summer, and after-school programs on filmography and like filmmaking. And so they come in with all the equipment, the soundboards, the lights, and they're trying to get people to do all parts of filmmaking. And so there's other like niche programs that do that, and you can get grant funding for a certain age. But it's not really for elementary school, it's more for middle school and high school.
Correct.
I think we might have had that group, I think you might have talked to that group. Was that the one you found, Isabel?
Yes.
Yeah, we've had some conversations with them.
It's a great program. It's expensive, but it's a great program.
Okay, so any other clarifying questions?
Yeah, I have a question about the elective courses. Where did the words social movements and justice come from? That was very exciting for me to read, but then when you explained it just now, it sounded like social emotional learning at AST.
Yeah, we had a more dedicated course, but based upon Offerson, and that course was more about, equity, trying to think of some of the other big topics there. But when we shifted a little bit more to our current social science curriculum and some of the elements that are coming forth in that, then some of that element took over in the core areas. Also trying to balance interests of students as it relates to culinary arts, music and drama. And so it's been more fused, I would say more heavily there, but that's where it came about from both middle schools.
I just wanted to point out now about the numbers. Over here and online, it says 24 to 27, but actually in the package, it's 25 to 27, the LCAP.
Yeah, it should be 24 to 27. 24 to 27, 2024 to 2027, because it's a 3-year plan.
And on here it just says 25.
26, yeah.
Because that's the update.
Because that's it, yeah. But we will, for the final, because we will have updates for you, it will say that, but we just, to help the brain understand, we're talking about this year's update, but yes, it is a 3-year, that is correct.
Okay, so why don't we move to public comment on the LCAP, and then we can ask our questions and have our discussion. So I don't have any blue cards, but if you're in the room and you'd like to ask a question or make a comment about the LCAP, now is the time to fill out one of those cards. If you're at home online, please use the raise hand feature on Zoom now. Okay, seeing none. Board, who would like to start?
I have some more clarifying questions, if you don't mind, during your presentation about the local indicators. So there's a few questions, but the first one was about the Williams. You said there were visits at 2 schools.
Mm-hmm.
What is that? What are they looking for there?
We are required to ensure that all core curriculum that students are using is actually in the classroom. So when they arrive, they want to be sure that they'll count the students, how many students are there, be sure they have all the materials, whatever we say. We give them a list of everything that's required. This is done through the county, by the way. They will be the review is coming out, and then they basically count each textbook and material and be sure that every child has what they're supposed to have to learn each day.
So they we know when they're coming.
We have a global window, but we don't know the day they're coming. They show up and we prepare.
Do you mind if I ask a couple? Okay. At one point, we were looking at the numbers, the 2, 3, 4, and you said, I'm surprised we got 3s. So I was wondering, what are these numbers? How are we getting these numbers?
there's a local indicator survey from the state, and they have particular questions that we ask. And then, and then we have the rubric that we have to use, which is the 1 through 5. And so, yeah, and so based upon that, we, when I say we, I mean district leadership, site administrators, and then we take the analysis, we take the questions and we say, okay, how are we rating ourselves based upon the data, based upon feedback that we've given? And so we use the rubric to rate that particular area. We take it, average it, and then we analyze that information to say, okay, this is where we are. How does this then coincide with our LCAP plan? For us, what we're also doing is thinking about how does that relate to our strategic plan, you know, the initiatives that we're gonna have or actions. What do we need to strengthen and improve upon so we can move from being, say, initial implementation to full, and then of course sustainability is number 5 where we want to get to.
Okay, so that is our self,
it's like a self-evaluation.
many people are taking it individually and they pull this.
Yeah, and the piece with regards to climate and parent, that piece comes based upon our surveys and feedback that we've gotten. So it's our feedback as well, but we also take in the survey data and other feedback that we receive in order to finalize our self-eval in that particular area.
Okay, and then the Panorama survey is going goodbye, right?
That is
And
correct.
then there's a new survey tool, or can you tell us about that? What's the difference there?
What's the difference? Well, one, this survey tool is really just for surveys. Our current Panorama was kind of a blend between our survey platform. That's kind of how we started with it. But then it was also kind of an opportunity to like filter in some of our MTSS and SST, like our student plans and our multi-tier systems of support plans, and incorporate that information in a kind of a dashboard for students, so that as we principals and teams are looking at students, that information was in there. But with our move towards some of the data teams that we've been focused on, some of our initiatives around NWEA data, the platform just was not able to take that information in the way that we needed it. So we've kind of decided to go a different direction so we can be more efficient with the data side of having a data infrastructure to take the data that we need to do student review teams and multi-tier systems, and then just focus on the surveys over here. The other piece of that shift was so we can do those kind of mini surveys and get the survey out more efficiently and get it back. The Panorama survey has served the purpose for us, but we've kind of moved beyond that, and we just need more intentional, responsive information about smaller chunks of information that we need to inform our processes. So that's, and you know, and it will have some level of norms. That's the other piece of Panorama, kind of was norms for whoever's using it, making comparisons. Right now, we're just gonna take the data based upon Sunnyvale, what they say, and apply it and do what we need to do with it, basically. So that would be a big shift.
Anything else? Yeah, that's just, okay. Any other questions or comments from the board on LCAP?
Well, no, I think that we, last time and the few times that we've been looking at it and asking questions between that and the package review, so we got a, clarification.
I'm just curious, where it says electives for priority 7, for SMS it had PE, and CMS didn't have it, but then on the CMS side it said leadership and it didn't have PE. Does that mean CMS doesn't have PE, or what does that mean?
The reason it's on Sunnyvale Middle is they have what's called, let me see if I'm making it right, is physical education for human development. And so it's not the exact core physical education we're required. And that was put there for some students who they want to do physical education, but maybe not in the traditional sense. And so it offers an opportunity for them to kind of learn more about the body, nutrition, some other aspects that do coincide with physical education. But because of that, they named it an elective because it's not the core physical education program. And at Columbia, they actually incorporate that across the board in their physical education programming, so they don't have it as a separate elective.
And so does SMS have a leadership elective?
They do.
They do indeed, yes.
Two bullets.
Good question.
So, my question was more, I think last time I made a comment where I said there was a lot of positivity in here and it like wasn't matching with some of the, like the numbers, you know, and you said, well, you know, we're gonna have a discussion, like we need to show you where the measures and outcomes are. And I would just say that like, there seems to, I think it's in the extra, it's in putting all the other jobs in there. It's in putting all the other money in there, right? And so my general question is like, if we have those, you know, pages and pages of job descriptions, right? Of like all the things that go into like making it a welcoming environment. My first thought is, I know you're putting the percentages there, you know, of like what percent of the budget. Like, let's just put the number. It's like it's how it used to be set up in the previous LCAP. It was very easy to scan. If it's possible, I understand that like the big number at the top is what they all roll up into. However, like it is very difficult to, like it's much more work to go in and say, what is 10% of 20 million and what is 15.5%? You know what I mean? Like you're going in and trying to figure that out, and it's like at a glance, it would be easier. And then my question is, like there's a description, but some of the descriptions are, you know, all of these things which do create, I'm just using 1.1 as an example, right? All of these things that create an inclusive and nurturing environment, you know, they're like, it's a nice paragraph summary of it, but my thought is, you know, there's complexities within each of these, right? And so it's true that like for the state of California, maybe other districts don't have administrative assistants and front office staff or human resources staff or technology staff. I'm guessing that they do, but I mean, maybe they don't all have mental health and wellness associates or, you know, behavior specialists in 1.2. So it's just very, it's like the part where it goes in and talks about, I think in the SIPSA, there was more, you know, it really went into the details of like what's working and what's not working, but like for the year one outcomes, how things were going, it just feels like, wow, we are doing all these many things, and then we get to the numbers, and the numbers are still kind of bleak in places, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So, because, like, I'm still trying to understand how we get to like the document from like the update document we had from 2023, mm-hmm. like versus the one that we had from this year. The other stuff wasn't in there and it was still just as thick, right? There was just as much in there, right? And so I understand it's a new form, that we're trying something by putting all our money in there or most of our money in there, but I'm worried that it might bury the information that this is supposed to be highlighting, right? Like, this is supposed to be highlighting the parts of the budget that are for like moving the students forward. So, okay,
I wanna
yeah,
walk through again the process. I definitely hear you and understand for sure. Especially coming from my special education background, I really get it. But if we look at the goal analysis, for goal number 1, you start off with the actual metrics, which is the bottom line. Like, you could have all kinds of analysis and whatever you want, but that's the real bottom line. That's what we're really measuring ourselves on. So you have your metrics, but then the reflection of each year comes in the goal analysis. So you look at kind of where you are and what you've been doing. And then as you go to a description of effectiveness or ineffectiveness, you walk through what were the actions and the resources that you were utilizing, and what's working, what's not, and you refer back to the metrics. Because really, again, that's kind of your accountability system. Are these resources and actions that you're taking making a difference or not? And if so, to what degree? And then from there, we go to a description of any changes made to the plan, goal, metrics, etc. So the idea there is if this year, if there was something we were doing that we just thought we should just stop doing that because that's just having no impact whatsoever, then this is, we would say that. But based upon the data and the details that we have today, we don't have any actions or goals that tell us to do that at this point. Do we need to make some improvements? Yes, some of those were highlighted and discussed. Some things are being done less, some things are being done more. So I definitely get that it's not taking maybe, I'm just gonna say 10 elements, and then you just hone in on those 10 elements and everything else you're doing, you're just kind of doing it. So that is a shift to this plan, so I get that. I guess my question with all of that is for you all as a board, what is missing to be sure you feel like you have that element as you read and approve the plan?
I think you're saying the dollar figures.
the dollar figures would help. Like, the
Okay.
dollar figures would just make it more transparent for a community member who picked it up and just wanted to see what are we spending.
Okay.
But I also, like, my other thought is that because there is a lot of narrative around the other stuff, like, do we have a goal this year, like an academic goal around English language arts? I see ELD in 2.1, but 2.2 is local math assessments. And then we have IEP goals
Yes.
and other stuff. Where's the
So
ELD?
in goal 1 and then goal 2, because
Yeah.
they're in different places.
Yeah.
And then I think we jumped to goal 4, if I'm
Okay.
not mistaken. Let me get my bearings here.
Goal 4 is the mastery of the core concept.
Core concept, yeah.
Okay, so.
Yeah, so this kind of goes back to, so it has this, ELs, it has, access to the core curriculum, and then it has our local indicator information. And then it'll have the percentage of English learners, students making progress towards English language proficiency, English learner classification rates, and then it's our Hispanic student on local EL assessments. And then also our ELA tests and CAS information. And then algebra.
What number is the ELA?
Page 77. Page 77 through 80.
Right, which one is the ELA CAS one?
The ELA CAS one is 4.9. But we tied it, at the recommendation of the county, we tied it back to our local indicator data, which is also tied to our CAS data.
Okay, that's what I was missing.
Mm-hmm.
Because of all of the local indicator rubric is as follows, like, that is not as clear as saying, like, that is not as clear as saying, like, English language arts. We're like, where is the, I see ELD.
And also our emphasis was around math and English language learners. So the English language arts information is there, but it's tied to who our more targeted students are, which is our Hispanic and our ELs.
Right, but so this is the implementation of state standards, 4.9, but it's
Yeah,
not.
4.9, but if you look to 4.7, 4.6, 4.5, 4.4, those are all related, but the emphasis is around our students who are English language learners, and then also the ELPI level. So the emphasis was around ELs and our Hispanic students, yes. So not everyone, I mean, everyone we are monitoring, but as far as our LCAP, where we need to be more intentional was around our ELs and our Hispanic EL students.
Okay, and for our Hispanic students, do we also have, is there a math goal for them as well?
The emphasis there was around the Algebra 1, because that was one of the areas that we talked about improving on, and so that was the area of target there.
But nothing to do with like the state assessments or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
But because we focused on our access was one of our big areas, and then also our electives and programs at the middle schools. Just being sure that our mathematics programs were not conflicting with students having access to the mathematics that they need at the level that they needed. So that was based upon prioritizing who we said we wanted to prioritize, who our targeted students are as a school district. So it's not to say we're not doing that, but that's not our biggest target. This is our focus. This is like where we really need to do the work, and so that's what was highlighted in the plan.
So, okay, so then, did you have a question?
And then the other area, is for the ELA area that you were speaking of. The area that we looked at is 3.3, which is on page 69. And also, so you'll look at, when you get to that page, if you look at metric 3.2 and 3.3, those are the areas that are related to the mathematics and to the English language arts.
Okay.
And so that would be the information that's based upon the standardized dashboard, yes.
Okay.
So how are we determining these goals? And where's the analysis? Like I was looking at the money, like on page 107, 108, 109. And it has a column that says contributed to increased or improved services, yes or no. And then if it says no, it seems like there's no change in the expenditures that are projected. So I'm wondering what happens between, like, where's the analysis of, is this working? What should we continue or what should we discontinue?
That's each of the goal areas that I was outlining where it talks about, let me go back to the goal. So it starts with the goal and then it goes to description. I'll start with number 1, page 29. It'll say a description of any change made to the plan goal. So that's one portion of what you're doing. And then as you go to the previous page, page 27, is where it talks about the effectiveness or ineffectiveness of the specific actions to date in making progress towards the goal. And I'm using that particular one because one of the things we're gonna have to make one change based upon the county's input to me today, as a matter of fact. Is just reorganize our effectiveness and ineffectiveness to be sure that it's in the same order as our contributing actions are beneath that. So that'll be one shift. The information will be there, but it'll be in order of how they're proceeding in the contributing actions section. And so that's the area that describes, the goal analysis talks about in general what's going on, details related to that, referring back to actions and metrics. The effectiveness, ineffectiveness speaks to what went well, why, what not, and other details that you may want to share. Those are the details. That's the section where that information comes.
On 3.2, which is on page 68, the distance from standard in math on the state tests. I see a distance standard from English language arts. Hispanic students are on there. There's just a few categories. And then on the 3.2, they're not listed. So is that
Based
because
on
of a
based upon the dashboard and how they were identified when we wrote the plan, those were the required groups that we needed to identify and address within the plan based upon compliance. And so once we write the plan, even if like this year we get updates and it's different, we still focus on what we wrote the plan on when we started in 2024. We don't shift it. We can speak to it and talk to it, but we don't shift our metric within the cycle, within the 3-year cycle. But that would come up for us, of course, in our strategic plan. So if something rose to say we needed to bring it as a priority in a different way and it wasn't a part of our priorities, that would be the place by which we would raise that particular issue and be sure it does get addressed.
So when we're looking, for example, at metric 4.5 with Hispanic student performance on local ELA assessments, and the difference from T2 2024 and March 2025 is it's mostly decreasing, and we're still about 20 percentage points away from the target outcome. Are there and adjustments in like how we're targeting those students or different resources based on those numbers?
Yes, some of the work we're doing right now with regards to a change in pilots for our reading, our English language arts curriculum is one of those big areas that we're looking at. While of course that's going to support all students, it's very clear that our approach to what we're using for English language arts has not been effective. Our data is very clear, and so that's a reason for the pilot. The other area for that is the shift, and we're hoping we see it in our scores coming up, but that's why we also had the early newcomer curriculum that rolled out to address that, so we could be more targeted and supportive in that particular area. And then also just in general, being more effective with interventions that we currently do have. Like, so there are, not just now, we're talking about the data all year long. There's things where you can celebrate and see it, so trying to share that with other teachers, other principals. But those are some of the bigger areas that we're focusing in on. And I would say our methodology for teaching reading, trying to have more focus on all the domain areas that are needed in reading. And so getting more of the reading and science, that element into our instruction. And then the other big element that we're focused on this coming year to support this initiative would just being sure we're clear about what the standards actually are and what does that look like in instruction on a daily basis. I think sometimes when you get going and you're doing what you need to do as a teacher, but sometimes pivots are needed, and so we're just kind of calibrating a little bit, looking at some additional supports, and then the final piece on where we're hoping we can see some additional gains. Can't promise what we're going to be able to do because we're still calibrating what the budget will allow us to do, but providing more intervention support during our after-school programming. We have done some support, more enrichment level programming, but we want to try to utilize that time for the students that we do have and that are attending. How can we provide them more targeted support in English language arts and mathematics during that time, in addition to the enrichment that's been a part of that programming. But we want to begin to change that programming and what it looks like a little bit next school year.
So an area that and one of the reasons that I wanted to talk about the SIPSs more was wondering how, like at San Miguel, if there's 69% Hispanic students versus like Cherry Chase is 9.9%, what is the difference in support at those different school sites? I know there's Title I funding, but if this is like a specific group that we are targeting, what other types of supports are there for different sites that have different racial compositions?
I think Mr. Cuffey talked about this a little bit, but basically each school site's budget factors in their ratios, if you will, like whether they're Title I, who they have as ELs, other factors that we're in there. So we're trying to take in all the different data points that go with the school site, and that factors into their budget. Above and beyond that would come a unique initiative or something else that they're looking at that we need to talk about. So that would come forth to have a conversation. But as far as their actual budgets and how they need to target based upon who's at their school site, that's specifically what their school plans are for. Like, what do we need to do? How are we going to use our resources to maximize on what our challenges are specifically as a school site? Of course, is what they still need to do, focus on what we said we need to do as a district, but then they have to go to the next element. Okay, in addition to that, who do we need to serve and how are we going to make that happen for our school site? So they may give teachers stipends to do a certain thing, or they have some level of autonomy there to come up with a plan to the best of their ability to address what's unique about their school site.
Okay, so follow up on that. So for example, like at Bishop, the Hispanic students have, like, I'm looking at the points below standard below standard. It's 80.4 points below at Bishop versus for Hispanic students versus 2.3 points below at Cherry Chase. So in terms of like LCAP, how are we supporting those school sites differently if we see such a big difference in our student outcomes for those specific students? As opposed to like yes, they can decide that this is working well at their school site, but like what kind of integration across the district or what kind of conversations are like, this is working really well at Cherry Chase or Cumberland for our Hispanic students. How can we bring that to Lakewood or Bishop or San Miguel?
We do that this past year. There are kind of three ways by which we do that. One, we have our instructional leadership meetings, which happen monthly. That's a time where we provide information, but we also get information as instructional leadership team. So that's one of the ways by which we do that. This past year, in addition to that, what we have been engaged in, this is our second year. This coming year will be third, and it'll look and feel a little bit different. But we do walkthroughs. And the reason we do those walkthroughs is so we get principals and coaches and some teachers in other school sites to see what instruction is looking like, what programming is looking like. We look at that information, we calibrate, we talk about what we saw. That's an opportunity for principals to dialogue, take back something that they saw that they could use and take over, or coaches collaborate, get some new ideas, let me try that over here. Even like, can I have your teacher come over and give their input? So that's kind of the dialogue that is occurring throughout the year for conversations. And then the third way that we've done that is with the support of Dr. Benson Institute with our principals and the dedicated coaching. That's one of the reasons we engaged in that, because it's not just to have data. If you don't have the data and know what to do with it and how to help it inform your instructional practice, it's just data. And so a big part of that is really developing a culture of when we do look at our data and talk about it and we're okay and we can put it out there and be comfortable with that. So we are at that place now. I think anywhere you ask someone about data, they're going to be like, yeah, I have some data, here it is, and be able to speak to it. But then also having that level of comfort with our teachers, that it's not about it. We're not evaluating you because we have this information. It's just, what can we learn from what we're doing and what's working? So we can build on the skills, programs that you're using, whatever it is. Like if somewhere it's going really well, what are you doing and what can we bring over? And so that's been a part of our ongoing conversation this year and how we're trying to improve upon that. So that's some of the ways. And then moving forward to next year, we want to get more into the content in our walkthrough. So it won't just be observing instructional practices, but specifically when we talk about if we're teaching this ELA lesson, this is what we expect. What do we see when we go in? How can we get better in that dialogue? So that's a progression, and we just want to become more fluent with it so we get better results. And we do think some of these initiatives and things that we're doing will kind of help with that.
So just as a time check, we probably need to move on, but what I want to say to like Evelyn and Peggy is that something I was sharing with Peggy earlier was like this LCAP was like written and approved, and it was approved by Eileen was on the board, right? Nancy was on the board, and we approved the LCAP, and that was out of work that came not just from the strategic plan, but from lots of conversations about priorities and like lots of feedback and learnings over time. And so by the time we get to the next one, the next LCAP that the team is going to write together, we'll have new composition because we'll have learned more, we'll have moved the ball forward, but we'll have had more conversations together. And it'll be different because it will be a different team and it will be a different time, right? So and what?
And then the strategic plan.
And the strategic plan, which we did not have in place when they started working on that. Like they started, this is the first one where they're trying to put it all together, and probably the next one it'll go smoother and they'll be like, it'll make more sense because you'll have been on the board the whole time. Do you know what I mean? So like, don't be too overwhelmed. I did have the question of if they can we add the dollar amount in later or not possible?
Yeah, I was gonna respond to that. So I'm hoping the percentage is to give you guys in the public, the scope of that item was helpful. So I would like to keep that and add the dollar if that's totally doable.
And then for the section that had no percentages, even though it was only like a 1.5 million, but compared to some of the other buckets, it was smaller, even though it's still a lot of money. I think the answer in packet review is, those are contracts that you already approved. But for the majority of the public, like if anyone wanted to just look at that, or for us approving it, it's very difficult to I don't have the contract in front of me, right? Like we might have looked at it 6 months ago, or it's coming forward later. Like if it's just put there as well, like that would be really helpful, maybe to follow the same pattern.
Yeah, I was brainstorming how to accomplish that in an efficient way. And I have some ideas. I think the more significant contracts, rather than every PO for $3,000-$4,000, I mean, it'd be endless.
No, it's by the chunks you have there, by the chunks.
I do want to clarify one piece with that, because we're right at the end of our approval with the county.
For the future.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify where we are, just so,
We can add it in for next year.
Okay, all right, just wanted to clarify.
Because we have to approve this one the way it is, so it gets in on time.
Just wanted to clarify.
All right, does that sound, anything else?
I'm really into, the reason I wanted to talk about SIPSAs and the strategic plan after we approved LCAP is because I'm kind of confused about how everything integrates and what are our goals and how are the school sites using the LCAP goals in their own site specific things. So I'm looking forward to that conversation in the fall. But there's just this one question that I didn't really understand the packet review answer.
Okay.
So on page 108, there is for metric 4.3, the action 4.3, the last year's planned expenditures was 196,000, and then the estimated actual expenditures was 5.6 million. That's where students achieve mastery-based resources and services, so that's very different. So what accounts for that huge delta there?
I can take that.
Please.
So basically in the beginning of the budget cycle, about a year ago when we adopted the LCAP, it was assumed that all positions, and this is in the mastery of core content areas, it was assumed that all, let's say, special education positions will be filled. We have position control numbers, we can estimate how much those positions will cost. I was also very new to Sunnyvale, so I assumed something that did not come true. But if you look at the aggregate of the staffing, so 4.1, 4.3, so what wasn't filled in our personnel was filled in contracts. So if you put those two together, they're actually less than 1% variance. It's like 0.75% variance when you add those two together. So basically the story is many positions we weren't able to fill internally, and we had to fill externally through contracts.
Thank you. Okay, so board, are we ready to, are you ready to vote?
Yeah.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Chair votes aye, and the motion passes, so we approve the LCAP. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Is there a motion? No,
We had to make a motion to discuss, right?
I never received it.
Oh, we didn't, okay, well, let's make a motion.
Have we approved the LCAP?
I'm sorry, I thought we did that earlier. We should not have been talking. Second? Okay, Evelyn seconds. And all of those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion now passes. Okay, well, that was interesting, I'm so sorry. All right, we are on to 10C, approval and adoption of the 2025-2026 budget and approval of resolution R2529. Am I in the right one?
Yep.
Okay, Arthur Cuffey, Chief Business Officer.
Thank you.
And then we have information. I'm so sorry. I'm just starting.
20 minutes.
Great, or less.
All right.
So just as a note, before you begin, I think because we've seen the budget, I think our focus tonight is to understand the resolution that's proposed with it. I think that would be okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
So we are skipping all the way to slide 25. Okay. And have a timer going within 20 minutes or less. All right, Arthur Cuffey, Chief Business Officer. This is a continuance of the 25-26 adopted budget presentation. We started this on the 4th of June. So in order to keep us within the 20 minutes, other than quick clarification, I'd like to ask that we hold questions to the end, see how that goes. Today's focus will be, we're gonna unpack the work of the Equity and Sustainable Staffing Committee. Also wanted to go through why long-range planning and early action is critical, especially as a basic aid district. And then finally, I wanted to clarify the intent and the role of the accompanying resolution attached to this item. So we're gonna double click quickly on the revenue assumptions. So property tax growth is trending lower than usual. Commercial real estate remains a sticky area for us. Just last week, 23andMe down the street sold for less than half of what it was purchased for in 2019. We have over $1 billion of active appeals that is currently being disputed by Apple. We also have over $1 billion being disputed by Applied Material. And so the takeaway there, Apple had a hearing scheduled for last week, and Applied Material has a hearing scheduled for July 9th. So the takeaway there is there's a lot of risk in that. And so those are areas that we're paying close attention to. The only thing I wanted to point out in the assumptions on the expense side is that compensation increases are reflected in these assumptions. our reserves. So I think the visual is pretty clear. While we're highly resourced, our spending patterns are unsustainable under these current trends. And so the story here is pretty clear, it hasn't changed. While our staff growth of almost 30%, while simultaneously declining in enrollment of 13%, that is the model that we cannot sustain. We will need to address that structural imbalance. All right, so our goal is simply sustainability, equitable resource allocation, improving outcomes for our students, and we try to see the opportunity in everything that we do and all the work that we do. So here, wanted to just briefly identify the challenge. So I included some recent guidance that the Santa Clara County Office of Education provided to school districts. And basically, they were telling all districts that were experiencing deficit spending, they're imploring us to put in front of our board and have our board acknowledge stabilization measures. And so the language is almost identical to what we're accomplishing in the resolution. They provided a sample resolution, which is for the most part the same as what's in front of you. We just included a call out for transparency and collaboration, engagement with our labor partners, et cetera. I kind of took that from the board's, the comments in the past of transparency and such from the board. So this slide, simply put, it just shows that based on our latest assumptions, here's what we would need to do in order to maintain our 20% minimum reserve. This was actually something that a member of the board asked to see. So this clearly calls that out. So basically, by the start of 26-27, we would need to reduce our deficit by 7.7 million. And 3.7 million by the start of 27-28 to eliminate the deficit. Now, one might ask, why is 20% reserve important? Well, funding and cash flow stabilization, we are funded primarily on property taxes, not attendance. So when property taxes decline, we don't get an automatic backfill from the state like an LCFF district would. Our reserve is our safety net. LTFF districts receive a guaranteed entitlement based on the highest of either current year, prior year, or a 3-year average daily attendance, with the funding being distributed consistently through monthly apportionments, typically a 5 or 9% apportionment each month. In contrast, we as a basic aid district, our primary revenue source is local property taxes, which are received in just 2 large installments each year, which creates an uneven cash flow, where there are several months where we receive no property tax revenue. And to add context, given our general fund expenditures averaging about $14 million per month, the statutory minimum reserve of 3% would last us less than 10 days. Also, why 20% reserves would be important is because of uncontrollable circumstances, such as a mandated expansion of TK or a sudden influx of students from a local charter that has closed, which are realities in our world, with no accompanying funding to support that. And so our reserve is our safety net in these cases. And lastly, I'll say, without maintaining our 20% minimum, we risk encountering cash flow challenges during months where there's no income from property taxes. In such cases, we would have to explore short-term borrowing options to meet those obligations, which would incur interest costs and add further strain to our budget. So We talked about the challenge a bit. Now let's get to the opportunity. Because we are a highly resourced district, we have opportunities that other districts do not. As you can see in the chart, we are funded. We receive more funding per pupil than 99% of school districts in California, and in that lies opportunity. The question becomes, how might we reallocate or become more efficient with our resources? And although initiated by the need to adjust for our financial realities, might this be an opportunity to imagine new, more efficient possibilities? One of the things that I mentioned, which is a part of the committee, was we wanted to introduce the concept of, if we could rewind to the ratios of 10 years ago, which would save us $44 million a year, would we rebuild our educational infrastructure in the same way? And we would more than likely make some changes and not rebuild it in the same exact way. So I wanted to bring us back to our core values. Behind the leadership of Dr. Gallagher, who stepped in at the height of the pandemic, we addressed the challenges of the time, mitigating learning loss, dealing with social emotional challenges, and accomplished a lot that are tied to the first three goals of joy, compassion, and justice. But as we face these new challenges today, I believe we'll have to lean heavily on the other two, courage and excellence, where we create opportunities for positive change by boldly facing challenges, trusting one another, and imagining new possibilities. When we hold high expectations for ourselves and others, strive for continuous improvement. And I just found that both of those were fairly relevant to where we are today. All right. Look at that. Under 10 minutes. Okay. So I won't go through each bullet point, but we've made some progress since we were here in March for second interim. The most notable was the establishment of the Equity and Sustainable Staffing Committee. Wanted to make sure that I pointed out there have been no decisions made by that committee. It's not a decision-making body, and no board priorities would ever be altered by such committee. All right, and to the committee. So it's a 12-member committee. You can see the components that went into the committee. There's directors, principals. We lost.
That one's still on over there.
This one.
I'll keep going.
Yeah.
All right, so we have directors, we have principals, myself, behavior and special ed program managers, a total experience in education of 260 years between the 12 members. An average of 22 years. Okay. I have it here as well. So an average of 22 years in education for each member, total of 161 years in leadership roles, or an average of 13 years per committee member. The purpose and the goal of the committee, again, was not to make decisions, but was simply to start the conversations, knowing that we have financial challenges ahead of us, knowing that we're headed for a transition in leadership with our new superintendent coming in July. Again, under Dr. Gallagher's leadership, we were tasked to start these conversations, right? And so we did so, but it was more to vet ideas and options and explore how we might, what we might recommend in terms of changes in the future that would not only lead us to sustainability, but also infuse equity in our system. And I'll get to that in a bit. Trustee Shen Brewster, you've been very consistent about pushing us towards equity, and I appreciate that. So I talked about the approach of, just thinking about if we were able to rewind back 10 years. So we used that approach. And another main component was we wanted to make sure that we understood there were still some components that were unknown to the committee. But the idea was bring forward some recommendations, get some work and some discussion started, but the strategy would be, hopefully we can identify areas where we would like to strategically reduce over time and utilize natural attrition in the process. Some of the emerging themes that came out of the committee were the tiers of equity and the idea of support packages. Last thing I'll say there before I go to the tiers of equity is the discussions will continue into the fall. Again, we'll have Dr. Crossway here. I'm sure he has, he'll have his own ideas, he'll have his own experience to lead us. And so we await him in those ideas. But there will likely need to be continued subcommittees to kind of identify opportunities. All right, tiers of equity. So what came from the committee was the idea that in order for us to ensure equity in our system, we would have to build a system that infused equity in it in the way that we allocate staff. Now, I got here just over a year ago, and one of the first things I did with the discretionary budgets, which are in the SIPSAs, is I made sure to infuse equity in the allocation of those budgets. So there are subgroups and target groups such as English learners, foster youth, and free and reduced eligible students. So if you have the same amount of students as another school, but you have a lot more targeted students, your LCAP budget will come in higher. So that is something that's already in place. Now that, the committee talked about how do we make that type of a system work for staffing, right? Because that's where the majority of the resources are. And so, again, no decisions made, but that was one of the emerging things. Now, the state established the three criteria: English learner, foster youth, and free and reduced price eligible students. We thought those were good to have, but also conversations came about students with IEPs. If your site has more students that have IEPs, there are needs that come with that. Also, specifically SDC students. So maybe there was a factor and an add-on for those students. And then last but not least, what came about was there might be students that meet none of those criteria, but are still underperforming. And so might there be an additional factor for those students? So these are just ideas that are being discussed. And again, the conversations will continue. We are in the very beginning stages of them. Again, the committee has only existed for 2 months. And so these conversations will continue. The road ahead, we are working with our labor partners to continue discussions. We will be bringing things back to the board level as appropriate, as you guys see fit. Again, we eagerly await Dr. Crossway to see what his ideas are for this, but we wanna make sure that we remain thoughtful. Sunnyvale's been a special place. Again, I've been here almost 15 months. And the one thing that stood out from the moment I stepped in the door and still stands out is the way that Sunnyvale cares for its people. Very thoughtful about, trying to be respectful to our students, our staff, and our community. And so that's not something that we plan on changing anytime soon. So with that, I will close and move to discussion.
Okay, we're gonna go to public comment and then we will make a motion. So if there's any member of the public who would like to speak on this item, which currently contains 2 topics, the approval of the adoption of the 25-26 budget and the resolution, please use the raise hand feature now. No, okay. Board, do we have a motion for the purposes of discussion? And actually, I would like to suggest that for the purposes of discussion, I would like to separate the 2 so that could we get a motion first just to adopt the 25-26 budget?
I so move.
Do we have a second?
I second.
Okay, so just for the budget alone, are there any questions or comments or any further? Because we had a presentation last time. Anything? Becky, go ahead.
Arthur, I want to commend your thoughtfulness and your diligence in making sure that we have money and we can last. We can stick around. I approve. I admire your conservative approach, and I think that's a great voice for us to have. I do have a question about this equity and sustainability staffing committee.
We're gonna talk about that next. Oh wait,
that's part of this presentation. So, is this appropriate for? I mean,
oh, actually, you're right. We could talk about it now.
Okay. I love these words, equity and sustainability. May I be a fly on the wall in this meeting? In these meetings?
Well, actually, I thought that for some reason, it's funny that you say that because I really was thinking of this being more part of the resolution, but I'm okay talking about it here because I have concerns about the committee work so far, like the composition of the committee. I know you're saying there's many, many years, but the board has had no reports on it other than a brief meeting, right, where we had a short meeting where you met with us one-on-one, but there were no materials from it, right? Because nothing's been decided. And I took some notes, but it was concerning for me that there were no Title I principles in the meetings. And even though you could say, well, the reason there were no Title I principles in that committee was because the people that they had no kind of fat to cut. So I understood that as the message. However, I would think that the Title I principles would be so creative with.
Wasn't Manny on the committee?
Oh, I thought you said there were none.
There's one.
Okay, so.
But all principals were part of the IoT discussions we had.
Okay. Well, it feels like there's been a lot of work without much insight from the board, and I understand that it's sensitive because you're talking about, eventually reducing the budget, right, for staffing. So I understand that there's a reluctance to come to the board or to the public, because once you talk to the board, you're talking to representatives of the public, but it can't be done.
So what would you recommend moving forward?
Well, I feel like we ought to be updated with, there should be minutes, there should be, if there may be a board representative, I feel like there should be some way that there's vision in. I'm willing to work that out with the next superintendent team.
Yeah, so the way I see it, and I won't be here, but is that group's work is finished. They've come up with a general model, and then now the next step is the broader, it's just what you're saying.
So my concern about the general model is that it's a new formula. The current formula for public education is flawed, like very, very flawed. And there's all sorts of discussions at the state level about how unfair the general funding formula is for public education.
The LCFF.
Correct.
Okay.
And even though we're community funded and we're above that, if we ever dip below, that's what we would be under, right? Like it's just the basic funding idea. So by creating our own funding formula, like I understand that from conversations with Mike this week that the funding formula would be like a check against whatever decisions we're making. However,
Again, that's how I would do it.
However, I have been in conversations where like once the board approves something or we say, yeah, we understood, you'd say, well, you approved it, there's a funding formula, you knew we were gonna have these tiers, the board approved this. If like I am not comfortable with any of this, like I am just not, I'm not there. I don't have any information about it. I like in theory, like I'm just worried that we would be creating another flawed formula that would be like not the right way to approach problems about serving students. So I'm frustrated because I don't have an understanding of the idea of a tiered system. You know, like students with IEPs, those are contracts. We legally have to provide everything within them. So the district is already signing off on providing everything within that IEP, including time, including resources, including staffing, including stuff in the room. So that money should be there for those students no matter what. We don't even have a choice about that.
Yeah, but if you're for example, when I was a principal, I had all of and I'm still complaining about this 20 years later.
Okay.
I had all the special ed programs on my campus.
Yeah.
And so sure, they came in, those kids came with, funding for their parents and their teachers and all that, but not for the office time or the assistant principal's time. So there are some extra, as I understand what you're saying, the bulk of that, it's a factor, but how you consider it is a fair question.
Sure, but I feel like there's I don't know. I'm hoping that we can have a conversation with like the new superintendent. Yeah. Even if you just say, well, this is the slide, this is what we came up with, these are some other categories, these are the state categories, and then, which is already kind of broadly accepted, and then we think there ought to be these other groups, like these other categories of students, that there's additional formulaic funding for it. Like, I'm not even confident that that this is sufficient or appropriate. Like
So what would be?
So my thought would be like, if we go forward, these would be meetings that we would structure in a different way, and that people should be taking notes during these meetings, and boards should have been given summaries of them.
Yeah, no, so I hear all of that, I appreciate that, I think.
Sorry, I took over my.
I think at least what I'm hearing, the apprehension that you have is a healthy one, right? These are complex things, and quite frankly, they're not to be figured out in 10, 20 minutes. They're to be figured out over a long course of time, through many channels of being vetted. And so again, at this point, we know we have a financial challenge in front of us. We knew going into the meetings, we would have to, or it would be prudent to at least start the work to identify areas where we might explore, where we could become more efficient. And in the process, I think, again, it's from the board and the community's own direction that we think about equity in our system. So how exactly that looks, it's not determined. And you're right, I would think that would be work that Dr. Crossway and yourselves would work through but, it's not for me to decide. But yeah, I think I'm proud of the work that the committee has done thus far. They're just recommendations, they're just ideas. There is no decision. So the fact that.
But it is time to broaden it out.
Yeah.
And to start like sunshining some of the ideas. I think there's no question about that. To your point.
Can I make a comment? I was surprised to hear about the committee and that there were multiple full days with 12 members already without having heard about it from the board. I feel like that is something that we should have been at least informed of as we were creating the committee, just in terms of oversight and accountability of how decisions are being made. So that was
no decisions.
I know, but we're spending hundreds of hours of people's time in a meeting to decide like tiers of equity, and we don't even know if the concept of equity as the district understands it is the same as what the community understands. So I think just having that commonality in like direction and terms that we're using and the purpose, I'd like to be part of that conversation in the future going forward. And I also do want to echo what we've all been saying is that we have a new superintendent coming in. He's going to have his own ideas. And I am reluctant to make any decisions or pass a resolution, frankly, that is going to tie our actions to a certain.
We're going to talk about that in a minute.
Okay, so, period.
So are there any questions about the budget side of things, the budget?
But we need to, the question is, we do need to approve this budget today. So the committee is a different thing that we don't need to approve right now.
Right.
And I do have the same or similar questions or issues about it. But the budget needs to be approved right now.
Correct.
By law, by everything.
And there isn't even a question on the table to approve a committee. That's not on the table.
It's not it's not part of it.
But your input on that is valuable.
Yeah.
But I think the committee actually, it feeds into, the committee is responding to the budget. So like that's why it's appropriate to talk about it now.
Yeah.
And the budget forecast and all the assumptions that are in the budget. And then the committee is also a big part of the resolution. So.
Yeah.
And there's something really important that I want to clarify here. The work that the committee's done over the last 2 months, I think, will be integral in Dr. Crosswaite's start, because he's not coming in to no information. The reason why I believe there's time urgency is because it goes back to what I said about Sunnyvale really caring about its people. When we wait to identify areas that we couldn't even explore, or if we were to wait, then we bypass our strategy of using natural attrition. And if we kick that can down the road, it will result in more abrupt layoffs, right? If we were to maintain our 20% reserve. So that was the reason why we wanted to have some work done for him to react to when he gets here. And like I said, I appreciate the concerns. We're gonna continue to work on it, and we're gonna follow his lead.
So it sounds like we're okay about the budget. I'm just trying to.
Yeah, I wanna vote on the budget.
Let's do that.
Let's pass the budget and then we can continue a little bit more, because I think people may have a little more to say about the committee and the feedback and the resolution, right? Okay, so all those in favor of passing the budget, please say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, and the budget passes. Okay, compliance done. Go ahead, Isabel.
Yeah, about the second part, I think when I came a few months after Mike came, and I remember in many of the discussions, and we always say like, wait, we know it's part of Mike's overall plan and strategy, so we're gonna trust him and make him do this or that decision. So a lot of times he came and gave us a particular decision that he was making, that it was a strong, a big change. And we will normally trust him. Very good that we did. And we move forward with those changes. And I think we, in the same way, we own the same way to the next superintendent. If he needs to make big changes in our budget or the way how we manage the money, we need to probably wait and see if he has a big strategy before we move forward. It's good that we already have a blueprint in case he just needs to move to keep pushing the same ideas, but if not, then we own the same courtesy, I suppose. We're trusting.
Mrs.
I appreciate that there are these 12 members that come together and share goals. But I understand what the board is saying, that we should be, a part of the information that they come together and gather. I think that would be good.
Yeah, and for me, like I also feel like, rather than creating a formula, right? Like there may be structural changes coming, like there just may be, and it may be, it may be something that we can't even see because we're in the water, right? And they did the whole thing about,
Fish don't know.
you can't see that, fish don't know what water is, like we're in the water. So it's having someone coming from the outside, I think is gonna be helpful for us, like just as a district in general. And just like when you came in, you had ideas, right? Like you're like, this seems different, like we do this totally differently somewhere else. Like I think as, having someone, a new perspective will be good. And I personally do not wanna lock into, into something that we're just not gonna have any window into. Okay, so let's make a motion for the resolution. Can I get to pass the resolution for the purposes of discussion, and then we'll discuss a little more about whether or not we wanna make the resolution now. But we need a motion to discuss it.
Didn't we just discuss it?
No, that was the budget. Now we have to, then we talked about the committee, but the other piece of this was the resolution, our 2529, that says that we were gonna, basically looking at reducing, and that we will come up with measures. And
so is there a motion for the resolution portion?
I move for the purpose of discussion that we pass resolution 2529.
have a second?
A second.
Okay. So I also appreciate a conservative, let's not go to jail, let's not lose everything approach. Like I like that, and I think that's really good. And that's part of being a CBO, right? Is that you have to like keep an eye on the money and the future. So I do like that idea. But what I wanna do is I wanna have that conversation in the fall, personally. Not because I don't believe that we, not to say that we can't bring it back in the fall. It's not like I'm not passing it forever. I just really wanna get the new person's take on it.
Let me jump in here, and I think that's fine, that's a fine approach. As I'm reading the resolution as it's written, point 1 says that we're identifying a need for reductions and solutions. Solutions means revenue enhancements. And that's just in the budget already. Number 2 directs the superintendent or designee to develop and present a comprehensive list of proposed ongoing budget reductions and other fiscal solutions for 26-27. There's no timeline as to when that would happen. So it would be consistent with the resolution to say, Dr. Crossway, here's what our situation is, go to work with the team. Requires it to be included in the adopted budget, the list of reductions or solutions, so it gives us a timeline to get this done for next year, and commits to transparency. So, you know, I think it would be fine to look at the resolution again in the fall. As I read it, just as it's written, I don't see a reason for that. I don't think there's, because I think there's some concern about the committee, but the committee isn't included in the resolution. So whatever's your pleasure.
What is the purpose of this resolution now as opposed to a couple months from now?
Great question. It goes back to, if you could get the slides back up, Jesus.
The advice from the county office.
Yeah, so I spoke to the county advisors, the business advisors. And so basically there's one of three avenues for us. One would be to revise our existing resolution of a 20% minimum. I would not recommend that to the board, but that would be one solution. The other solution would be a resolution such as this that clearly identifies that we understand that if we don't do anything, we would drop below our local reserve minimum. And then the third would be, it doesn't have to be a resolution, but they're going to want to see a clear plan identified. And so those are really the three things that they're looking for as oversight of us as a district. This gets it in front of that. I agree with Dr. Gallagher, like, I don't think it'd be the end of the world to do it in the fall, but, you know, if you're not comfortable, you guys vote as you please, but, this is our recommendation that you do approve this because of those factors.
I just feel a little burned by the lack of transparency to date, so that's my whole discomfort level, and you know, maybe I need to get over it, but I just, you know,
Can you elaborate just a bit?
Yeah, I mean, we really just found out about this committee that's been going on since March, which is 4 months ago. We just found out about it. There's tons of
This
work.
resolution is not about the committee.
But it is about the committee, it is because it's gonna build on the work that the committee's done so far.
That is not a true statement.
Okay, so tell me how it's not a.
This resolution is, again, it is declaring that we understand if, with these assumptions, with the tentative agreements and compensation increases, and the current fiscal position, if we do nothing, we will drop below the board approved resolution of a 20% minimum. Now, that is something that the County Office of Education is very keen to look at in their oversight role. And so,
yeah, when they write their letter to the board president saying like, yeah, we looked at your budget and you're gonna have above the 3% reserve, there's gonna be a line in there about, yeah, but what about your 20% minimum because you're deficit spending?
they're gonna ask for this or, like I said, a plan at first interim.
Yeah.
So, like I said, we could push it, but it is not our recommendation to do so. Again, I don't want this to be confused with any committee. Again, there's no decisions that have been made from a committee. It was just work to explore what are options for the next superintendent when he does get here.
So I think we've said everything there is to say, so it's just.
Isn't it the budget already, the plan? When you say that they need the plan?
No,
for
because the
how-
budget lays out a plan that leads to us have deficit spending.
Yeah.
So we need an additional plan.
So I still don't have any idea where are the recommendations, other than the one slide, where are the like what is the map that you're gonna be handing? You said you've got hours and hours of meetings. What is it you're handing to the new superintendent as a baseline plan? We don't know.
That's a great question. What we presented to our instructional leadership team, ILT, and what we presented now is what is ready to be presented. There's still a lot of discussions and things that are not ready. So when Dr. Crossway gets here, you talked about meeting minutes, we have plenty of those.
Can we
So-
see those meeting minutes and be presented at the same time or before Dr. Crossway?
That would not be an Arthur decision.
Okay, well then, let's
It's not
ask
an Arthur
Dr.
decision.
Crossway.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
I would like to have that information as well.
Right, so like, again, I hear the concerns, I hear what you guys are saying. I would anticipate that when he does get here, which will be in a matter of a few weeks, those discussions will happen, and you guys will work that out amongst yourselves, I would envision. I'm just saying that this resolution, gets ahead of what's on the screen right now, which is the recent guidance that just came from the county, that basically is saying, if you're in this position, we expect to see this.
I think, again, we've said everything.
Why don't we say, so if we need to, my question is, so first interim is when?
And we will be bringing that mid-December, like December 12th or so, that
Okay,
Thursday.
so I think we have.
What's the likelihood that we're gonna have a conditional approval from the county Office of
That's not gonna
Education?
That's when you fall below 3%.
Okay, so we are not, that's not gonna happen to us, cause I saw the resolution is meant to mitigate that chance. But
So-
we're not like at risk of that happening in the next couple of months?
So let me clarify. There would be a conditional approval, however, they will ask for this at the next time that we present something to them.
December.
Okay,
Yes.
got it.
Okay, so, I personally would vote that we would, we could have Dr. Crossway here and he could say, that's the first thing I wanna do. Great, he can talk to us about it, he can give us the plan, he can make suggestions about sharing of information. Let's do that when he's here in a couple of weeks. It's not as neat as approving it together with the budget. But that's what, so I would vote no on it now but I'm totally open to bringing it back.
Have a vote, let's have a vote.
So
Yeah, you need
that's,
three yes votes, you need
so-
3 yes votes to pass it.
Okay, so let's just vote.
This is, yeah.
Yeah, unless you wanna talk more.
No, that's it. This is-
All right, all those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Chair votes nay, and the motion is not approved. Okay, but
We have direction.
welcome to bring it back. Okay, excellent. Board, do you wanna take a short break?
Yes, I do.
Okay, like 5 minutes, so thank you for
5 minutes and
putting
then
it together.
do we need to extend the?
No, it's
meeting
first,
and I send you for your,
superintendent photo. You just send it to the company. It's very cute. Did you put the little things on that? Okay, so she got this one, we got this one, and this one, she put SSD on there, like as the fan, and this says LCAP.
Oh,
So
great.
you don't forget. Like,
Great.
you're welcome. But that's work mic,
Yeah,
you know.
it's work mic, and that's play mic, oh, I get it.
You have time, that's important, well, do your thing.
Very important that you know.
Okay.
Are you proud of me? That was 17 minutes and 32 seconds.
You did great. The timer helps, right?
It does.
No, I gotta get it final.
Oh.
Because we were delayed getting their stuff, so I didn't have final to come here. Talk to her today, yeah, we're almost there, about 90, 85, 90% here.
All right, nice. You want me to? I need more than another.
We got 3 disclosures and then. Right. 9:08. What time would the new building end? At 9:30?
At 9:30, they take vote. They'll probably do it when they get back.
It's kind of fun. Totally fun.
I know he's thinking, I need to go do that right now.
From our break. We are on to item 10D, the tentative agreement between Sunnyvale School District and the Sunnyvale Education Association. And our contact person on this is Mr. Jeremy Nishihara, Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources and Information Systems.
Excellent. Good evening. I am thrilled to present to the board for approval the tentative agreement between Sunnyvale School District and the Sunnyvale Education Association for a full 3-year closed agreement, resolving all the issues in the successor agreement for our negotiations. I just wanted to thank the negotiation teams for both FCA and the district, as well as everyone up here on this dais. We've been working at this since, I don't know, August, September timeframe. There was the October interest-based bargaining training way back then, and then we started in this, we sunshined in January, and then February, March, April, May, we were in negotiations, and they're very pleased with the scope and breadth of what we've been able to discuss. And so I am also, so I'm trying to scroll down, sorry for the formatting, the bulleted formatting got a little wonky. But it is my recommendation that the Board of Education approve the tentative agreement between the Sunnyvale School District and the Sunnyvale Education Association for an agreement for the years 25, 26, 26, 27, and 27, 28.
Great. If we have any comments from the public, please use the raised hand feature online. None. Nope, seeing none. Board, do we have a motion?
I move that we approve the tentative agreement between the Sunnyvale School District and the Sunnyvale Education Association and the public disclosure of the financial input in accordance with AB 1200.
Okay, we have a second?
A second.
Okay, thank you, Peggy. Board, any discussion? Very excited about all the hard work that's been done. You know, along here.
And everybody, it sounds like it's been quite a heroic effort.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Okay, board, let's vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, and the motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I was like waiting until officially. And if you don't mind, I have one other comment, and thank you for your approval under the consent agenda, the new 25-26 school year calendar. So there was a question about once this was approved, how we're gonna start notifying everybody. I'm starting that right now. So with the approval of the SEA agreement as well as the new 25-26 calendar, there will be some changes. Just really quick, some highlights. There's going to be a shortened early release period for TK, increasing instructional time and providing relief for parents and guardians for childcare. Likely, or similarly, the kindergarten early release period has been reduced since the assessment period that was originally there is no longer required. We're accomplishing that other places. So kinder starting next year will be a full day from day one, which is amazing. And then there's a new October Unified Conference Week, but more information to that is to come. But that information will go out from Aaliyah in the next 24 to 48 hours, and then we're going to remind them again in July, and then the school sites will then also follow up in early August to make sure everybody knows. So thank you everybody for all that.
Thank
stuff.
you.
Okay.
So we are on to item E, which is approval of the tentative agreement between the Sunnyvale School District and California School Employees Association. And it's chapter number 205 and the public disclosure of the financial input in accordance with AB 1200.
Yes, so I am thrilled to bring this agreement. I don't know, I'm trying to use a different word than excited. And so I'm thrilled to bring this 3-year agreement, tentative agreement with CSCA and its chapter 205. Again, same comments about the hard work on both negotiation teams. And it was, yeah, again, same process. Everyone was engaged. It really made the process very productive. As you can see, again, a wide breadth of number of articles and MOUs that came out of this. And so very pleased to recommend that the Board of Education approve the tentative agreement between the Sunnyvale School District and California School Employees Association and its chapter number 205.
Thank you. If there's any member of the public who'd like to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature online.
None.
Okay, seeing none, board, can we have a motion?
I move to approve the tentative agreement between the Sunnyvale School District and California School Employees Association and its chapter 205 and the public disclosure of the financial input in accordance with AB 1200.
A second.
Okay, thank you. Board, any comments other than thank you, Jeremy and his team again and everybody involved?
Thank you.
Okay, let's vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Okay, thank you. And I'm not gonna react until it's official. I don't wanna jinx anything. And again, just as we did this year, we are committed to continue working with both of our employees associations, meeting bi-weekly still. As we broke from both of those negotiations, we said now that we finalize this, the other work can begin. It's kind of a funny way to look at it, but we're still looking forward to having those conversations. So thank you for that.
Great, we're on to 10F, approval of the tentative agreement between Sunnyvale School District and SCC AMP, which is the where is it? Sunnyvale Certificated and Classified Association for Management Personnel. Mr. Nishihara.
Thank you. I am exhilarated to bring you this agreement and amendments to the SCAMP MOU agreement. They aren't a formal bargaining unit, but we do meet and confer with our management team and have agreed to make these two adjustments to the MOU, compensation and benefits, and the reproductive loss leave 1-year pilot that applied to both CSCA and SCA as well. And then we are committing to actually meet with SCAMP to keep them up to date, maybe quarterly, as well, just kind of mirroring our interactions with our two other labor associations. So we're pleased to do that, and that will bring additional tweaks and updates to the MOU along the way. So I would like, or I recommend the board approve the revisions of the MOU between the Sunnyvale Certificated and Classified Association for Management Personnel and the Sunnyvale School District.
Thank you. If there's any member of the public who'd like to comment on this online, or those of you in the room, please let us know through the raised hand feature or a blue card.
She's totally thinking about it.
Sorry. Okay. All right, okay, board, do we have a motion?
Okay, I move for the approval of the Sunnyvale Certificate and Classified Association for Management Personnel and Sunnyvale School District provisions of Memorandum of Understanding, public disclosure of the financial input in accordance to AB 1200.
I second. Thanks. Also, thank you again. But any discussion? Ready to vote? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Also passes.
Outstanding, thank you so much.
Great.
Texting people now.
Okay, we're on to item 10G, approval of the Sunnyvale Middle School Campus Modernization Project. Mr. Brant Burns, Director of Facilities and Operations.
As we get the presentation going, Jeremy took all the adjectives that I could use, so I'm just going to say good evening, members of the board. I'm looking forward to providing an update on progress of the Sunnyvale Middle School modernization. Since our last presentation in January, we've made some important developments, including alternative design options that I'd like to walk you through this evening. Tonight, we'll revisit the original plan highlighted by the potential design changes that we have emerged through collaboration with our steering committee, focus groups, project partners, as well as our project team. We will also walk through our current phasing and construction schedule, share an updated budget, and give you a look at the funding strategies we're pursuing to support this work.
Is that on?
Yep. Say it again.
Is that on? In your hand.
Oh.
Oh, excuse me, while you're figuring that out, board, we need a motion to extend the meeting. Thanks, trustee Chambers did.
You made the motion for the agenda.
I made the motion for the, I did make the motion for the agenda. Okay, so because I do not think that we will be here this long, but I refuse to run out of time for anything, so I'm just gonna make the motion to extend to 11. I do not think it will be that long.
A second.
Okay, all those, did you originally second it?
Yeah,
We will not be here till 11, but we're stuck in this thing where we cannot extend it even by one more minute. So, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. All right, so painful. Thank you.
Okay, so on this slide, when this project first appeared in the facility master plan, the intent or what was shown was to keep the majority of the campus intact. That was our starting point, but through planning, listening, and researching, including many conversations with our varying teams, we found opportunities to deliver a much more cohesive and optimal future-ready campus. Now, 5 months ago, the proposed plan was to keep the existing administration building, modernize the locker rooms, and exclude the pool. The proposed 2-story classroom building at that time had 10 rooms. Since the January 16th board update, district staff and our project team have taken deliberate steps to evaluate the scope, cost, and long-term value of the project. Following the receipt of the initial cost estimates in February, which highlighted the significant investment for seismic upgrades, we began exploring alternative design options to explore a more strategic and potentially more cost-effective long-term approach. Both of those centered around value. Over that time, we engaged the entire project team, and for clarification, when I'm talking about project team, that is everybody from the steering committee, contractor, architect, and anybody else that was collaborating with us. We also had multiple rounds of estimating and value engineering to better understand the budget impacts of any of these design changes.
Finally, we also initiated discussions with the city of Sunnyvale around a cost-sharing opportunity and the inclusion of the pool modernization. I highlight these steps to review that it takes time to explore options, gather reliable data, and build consensus. And now we're confident that we're presenting reflects the best value for long-term vision in the campus and students and staff. This slide represents proposed updates to the campus plan for Sunnyvale Middle School. This shows the new administration building located at the front of the school, a change in the two-story classroom building layout, a more open and receptive front entryway, as well as a new locker room and the inclusion of modernizing the pool. Now I'll go over the next few slides. I'll go over these relatively quickly. We can go back to them if you have questions at the end of this. So there are a few reasons why we're proposing a new administration building over modernizing the existing. One of the main reasons is that we received the cost estimates discussed in the seismic upgrades that were going to be required. We were getting to the point where modernizing and seismically upgrading the existing building A would have cost 60 to 70% of replacing it with new. That building was built in the 1960s, so even with seismic retrofits and modernizing, you still have a 60-year-old building. So with the discussion of the team, we started to explore what a new administration building would create. The second reason is that we could right-size the space and create the openness, personality, and curb appeal for our community. This new space, 4,500 square feet, and the previous admin space was just over 6,300. The reason why the admin space is shown to shrink is because much of the staff located in the admin office currently will be relocated around the campus in the new campus design.
So just real quick, I wanted to jump in on that. You mentioned how seismic mitigations were pushing us towards the point where it made less sense to go that route. I just wanted to interject, in addition to that, once you start the seismic mitigation, and you can probably speak to this, and you start ripping into the actual building, who knows what the end cost would be. So we factored that in as well to this process.
Thank you. And one of the details of that is that our architect firm, QKA, did the project down at Homestead High School. They had 6 of these buildings on that campus. Their original plan was to modernize each one of them. They got through the first 2 and realized how much money they were spending on the modernization efforts and ended up ripping down the rest and building new. So we're trying to learn and not repeat the same approach that they had.
It was the same architect and contractor on those homestead projects, right?
Yeah, and the buildings were built at the same time. Okay, so jumping to the new 2-story classroom building. The building that you saw in January had 10 classes. This new proposed design has 12. This would house the entire 6th grade cohort as well as the TLC center with 2 offices. It would also have a collaboration space. And one of the other reasons why we are proposing this new design is because of the cost savings and engineering efficiency. This is the same building that you will see at the 7th and 8th grade classroom wings. So we save in costs in regards to engineering and construction cost variables. This new proposed plan also includes a 4,800 square foot new locker room. I want to say that the locker rooms out at Sunnyvale Middle School were a point of conversation throughout the entire steering committee meetings. And it didn't.
Long time.
And with the proposal to remove building A, created the opportunity and the necessity to explore a new locker room building. Again, as mentioned in the report, this was well received by the entire committee, and is shown here, be situated right in front of the pool. Now, building F hasn't changed much, but I did want to highlight the existing location of the girls' locker room on the bottom left of that screen. If we were to move forward with the new locker room space, that current existing space would be turned into storage for the campus, something that the campus desperately needs. which is also an extremely low cost of modernization to that space. We also have as we mentioned last time, on the north side of the building, in the center of the campus is our wellness center. That is about 1,500 square feet. Excuse me, that is not 1,500 square feet. But it is consistent of 9 office spaces and the support staff to have students come in during any point of the day to receive the support they need or just find a little bit of time to relax and recenter themselves. I know that our architect team at the last meeting brought it up, but we wanted to say that we're proud of the location of where it is because it is at the center of campus and not on the outskirts. The new multi-use is dedicated strictly to PE, and then you'll have the new music room to the top right. Not only are we redesigning the interior of the music room, but we are dedicating an outside area for that band and music to practice and play during the school day. This is a rendering of what the Student Wellness Center looks like with the design motivations that got us to that point. A lot of glass, a lot of openness with the confidential spaces scattered throughout that. Now, the Student Union building has not changed much, but we did want to highlight a couple things. One is that at the north side of the Student Union building, we have a dedicated culinary classroom. After meeting with the culinary teacher, we wanted to design it around a couple other culinary classrooms that he drew motivation from, that is Healdsburg. This is a impressive, flexible lab area. Obviously, currently we have a culinary classroom, but this could easily be converted to any other lab space in the future if any of the educational offerings were to change. The space is about 1,500 square feet in total. There will be fixed stainless steel countertops cabinets at the perimeter of the room to provide storage and sinks. Additional storage will be provided as furniture, including mobile cabinets and wire racks. Student workstations that you see there will utilize mobile stainless steel tables, and the room will provide overhead power for electric burners at the student workstations. Convection ovens will be provided at the perimeter of the classroom, along with cold storage. Basically, a state-of-the-art culinary classroom at the middle school level.
Is it the same size or larger as the current one, or?
Ooh, great question. I want to say larger, but I would have to go back and confirm the square footage of the current one.
And then the current one, they have a storage room. So you're saying this one, they will just have wall storage?
Correct.
There's no other storage room for them?
The closest storage room to them is actually inside the food service storage.
And it's not theirs, right?
No.
Yeah.
And I don't know that if you're allowed to have.
Well, that you said, you didn't say the word refrigerator, but you said cold
storage, refrigerator.
Refrigerator.
Freezer, refrigerator, cold storage. Great. Yes, sorry.
Thank you, just checking.
Of course.
I didn't know,
Mm-hmm. Okay, oh my gosh, I just realized I'm gonna have to have those beautiful poster boards that I don't have with me. They're in my office. I'm gonna bring those over so you guys can take a look at them. So this is inside the Student Union building. The picture to the left is the multi-use space, like the cafeteria area. As you can see, there's giant roll-up doors that flow right outside to the outdoor covered eating area. The servery is on the other side of the flowered wall there. Again, these are not finished details, like it's not gonna be a flower wall, but that's what's shown there. But it flows all together. They have areas for students to queue up to get their food. They have areas inside the cafeteria area as well as outside for them to eat. In the upper right, you have your library resource center. That is the space that will house a lot of the staff meetings throughout the school year. Instead of the staff room that is currently there in Building A, this space, again, is the LRC, but has the capability to be transformed into a staff meeting area as there's AV on both walls. You see the double TVs over the librarian's desk, as well as the wall on the storefront windows facing the playground.
So this becomes the new staff meeting room?
Correct.
Pretty much.
Now, I know I speak relatively monotone, so you won't get the excitement out of my voice of this, but this is the rendering that like really starts to make you believe and feel and see what this campus is going to be. This is as you are walking onto the campus from the public side, whether you just checked in at the office and are walking onto campus, or if you're walking through the gates at the beginning of your school day. This is what it feels like. I think I'm supposed to say this at the end of the presentation, but when I see this, I would, with confidence, put this up against any other middle schools or high schools in the area. This is the view from the new 2-story classroom building that's currently being constructed, looking back towards the new student union building. This is now Spartan Circle, which is next to Spartan Square. We're going to also try to have Spartan Triangle.
They're throwing a rectangle too.
Yeah, okay.
Well, the squares are
Yeah,
rotating.
but again, you start to feel how much connection there is across that campus, from the 7th and 8th grade wings down to the 6th grade wings, all the way to the front of the school. It's a lot of connectivity, and that was one of the themes at the beginning of this project that everybody talked about, was that sense of community that they wanted to start to bolster. I was taught very early in my career to stay relatively on the peripheries when you're talking about colors and finishes like this. But I'm really pleased with what the committee has landed on. These are the color palettes that the committee said represent Sunnyvale Middle School, and I think it looks really nice. This would be this looks very similar, or very familiar, I should say, but this is the proposed 6th grade classroom building. It is the exact same as the 7th and 8th grade classroom buildings. Okay, so now into project schedule, and actually I do want to highlight, with the presented campus design that I just went over, in total, we would have the following: 46 total teaching stations, 18 total offices, 6 total collaboration spaces, a 2,600 square foot wellness center, that was the square footage that I messed up earlier, courtyards on both sides of the campuses that would total 70,000 square feet, with designated areas that have music, or areas for music, covered lunch areas, and student respite, 5 CHIPS design buildings, green building designed throughout the campus in the form of bioswales, trees, landscaping, and solar power, a modernized pool with a new locker room, and 1 campus that I would confidently put up against any other middle school. I told you I was supposed to say that somewhere. Okay, so moving into project schedule. To continue, we've broken this project into 3 major increments. You'll have 2 DSA applications, and what you see there are the dates at which we're proposing to go into DSA. Increment 1, which is just the demolition and site utilities for buildings C and D and all the connections that will be needed for future construction, are into DSA, and we've already received back check comments.
What's DSA stand for?
Sorry, Division of the State Architect. They're the governing body that approves all the plans and specifications.
Okay.
Thank you. That's a good question. Anytime I speak in acronyms, please stop me.
Yeah.
It's a habit. The next increment, we are tentatively planning to go into DSA late summer. Right now, it'd be September 25th is the new projected date to go into DSA. With construction hopefully starting in February, March of 2026. That increment would include the student union building as well as the new 2-story classroom building. Then we're going to do an entirely separate DSA application capturing the administration building, the locker rooms, the pool, and the modernization of building F, which is the gym building. Now I wanted to quickly highlight for the board the demolition plan moving forward into the summer. If you've had the opportunity to go over there recently, we are getting ready for one of the biggest moves we've done over the course of a summer. And after that, classroom buildings C and D are scheduled to start coming down in September. We have to go through an abatement process in August, and we're going to do a bunch of preparation work throughout the summer. But those buildings are scheduled to start coming down in September. The portable buildings that you see in red there running north to south, there are 4 of them. They're shown to be demolished. They are not going to be demolished at this time. Those are being used as classrooms for this coming school year. Okay. budget summary. One of the most important parts of this presentation tonight. The original budget was $71 million. That was based on the updated scope I've described. The new proposed budget is $81 million. That $10 million difference is intentional and the result of the four primary factors. $4 million is the $4 million from the project cost is the pool. $4 million would be the new locker room, and the difference between modernizing and new construction of building A. And then there's a lot of allowances that are included in between design and construction contingencies. These are changes from the original update from January, and it does take time to fully vet alternative options, but it is our professional opinion that the proposed changes are creating a better, more coordinated campus that would be a better long-term investment. Now, along with the increase in budget, I did mention that there are contingencies. I do want to be very clear that there's about $10 million worth of contingencies built into this proposed budget, meaning that if they're not used, this project proposal would be right back down to $71 million. So I do want to make sure that is very, very clear. Now, additional funding and funding strategy. The added scope in the increased proposal would not have been a direct impact to the life of Measure C or any other late bond projects. What I'm trying to say is, because we've identified funding streams that weren't accounted for in the facility master plan and therefore not accounted for Measure C, the proposed additions to this project would not impact the tail end of Measure C bond projects. For Sunnyvale Middle School alone, we are looking at $10 million from the state's facilities program for modernization. We're also looking at over $10 million from the seismic mitigation program, which is also funded from the state. And overall, as a district, we have upwards of $60 million of eligibility in modernization and new construction grants from the state, none of which were included in the facility master plan revenue generation. Oh, and two other things. I mentioned collaboration with the city. Arthur and myself have met with the city on multiple occasions talking about a 50-50 cost share for the pool modernization. We both have equal incentive to make sure that we are continuing to provide not only good facilities for our students, but as well as the community. We have multiple agreements that say that, and they are interested in the proposed 50-50 cost split for the pool modernization. We also have enrolled in the CEDA program, the California Energy Design Assistance Program, and right now we have about $75,000 worth of incentives that we should be getting reimbursed from at the end of the project.
And just to clarify, there's still negotiations happening said at this point, but they have shown interest in going through the process.
Okay, and then in closing, these designs come from feedback and constructive conversations of the steering committees and focus groups. We are hopeful that the board likes the designs, and we are hoping to get your feedback as the details continue to take shape, especially on the finishes, exterior feel, and how these spaces serve our students and the benefits of the community. We're here to make a recommendation based on all the information that we can gather on costs, long-term planning, risk, and investment. And with everything provided in the report, our recommendation would be to approve the budget increase and scope expansion. With that, I'm happy to answer any and all questions prior to the board voting.
Great. If there's any member of the public who would like to comment on this topic, please use the raise hand feature now. Okay, we have one person online. As a reminder, please state your name and affiliation, and you will have 3 minutes.
We have Gita Golakota.
Hi, are you hear me?
We can hear you. Yes, thank you.
Hello. Hold on a second. Sorry. Hi. Yes. Thank you so much for the presentation, Mr. Brandt. It's awesome how you take into consideration the community's input for these facilities planning. My name is Geeta Golakota. I'm a mom of a second grader at elementary, but I'm also a board member at Sunnyvale Education Foundation. And as part of our finding out how our programs are working on each of the sites, last year we've been to this current year, we've been to Sunnyvale Middle School as part of a site visit to talk to the facilities, to talk to recipients of our programs to figure out how they're working and all of that. And as part of the conversation proceeded with Mr. Herrera, who is running the food and nutrition program, he mentioned that the storage space has been an issue because this district is not accounting for the fact that he procures his ingredients and materials as with a business account, so which means that he has to get larger quantities of them, and then he is struggling to store them in the facilities provided in the classroom or in the facilities provided for him in the district. And he says that often he has to store them at his personal home or whatever, and then he needs those materials to prep in the morning before the students come in, so he is having difficulty with that. So I thought I should mention this because if there's a way to increase the cold storage and other storage avenues, it might really help. And I think business account is essentially to save money on the ingredients, so this program could be run more effectively. The other thing is I'm not familiar with how occupational therapy works in middle schools, but at least in the elementary schools, I find that the space is very limited for occupational therapy, which requires a larger space and more equipment and all of that. So I do not know if occupational therapy exists in middle schools, but if there is, then I think we should have a consideration of how much space is allocated, and a conversation with the occupational therapist would probably be warranted in that respect. So thank you so much for considering my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. So, to restate the caller's question, have you had conversations with Mr. Herrera regarding storage and cold storage?
Yeah, so there was a focus group meeting March 19th-ish, around there somewhere. And he brought up everything that he had concerns of that he's not getting in his current classroom. So all that has gone into the design of the current culinary classroom. I couldn't tell you the total amount of square footage he was looking to increase, but I would, with confidence, say that it is more than what he has currently.
And then do we have an OT room at Sunnyvale Middle School? Do we have an OT room?
They use different spaces.
Yeah.
Depending on what the students' needs are, but often at that level, an OT room is typically not needed, but if space like that is needed, they usually use the physical education areas.
Yeah, or they have adaptive PE, or like for when my son was in middle school, he had his OT was like learning how to keyboard and other things. It wasn't like the elementary school. Okay.
And just real quick to add to the culinary class, is that correct? Culinary class, we are in conversations with the school. We have been to try to make the food purchasing process more efficient. So we have some ideas, we're working with them, so hopefully we'll have a solution come the fall.
Okay, so board, we need a motion to approve the
I move we approve the Sunnyvale Middle School campus modernization project update.
We have a second?
I second.
Okay, thank you. Board? Well, first of all, thanks for the presentation, thanks for the information, and I really want to see what it's gonna look like from the approach, but I do really love the renderings in general. But board, any comments or questions?
I love the renderings. When was the first time we saw the big change? In April or?
Yeah, it would have been April from a superintendent update.
Oh, in a superintendent update, but I think we saw it again in a board meeting.
No, it was on consent. So in the April superintendent update, I had the old drawing. So it had it mentioned the money, but then it had the older drawing for building A, and then we saw it in the we saw the new drawing in the consent agenda, and
Yeah.
it's a big item, right?
Yeah, it's a big item, so I just want to encourage that every big move and change and every phase, we are really updated with time, not just before we need to start building, but thank you for bringing it, and yeah, I love the renderings, they're really nice.
Yeah, that one's on me. Brent, he provides me, the CBO updates all the time. So this is something that I can definitely, get better at, passing it along to superintendent, who can then pass it along to you. So, definitely hear you on that, and we plan on getting more updates.
Can I clarify what you saw in that board meeting? That was a CEQA exemption filing. And the reason why that was done at that time was in the event that we ended up going this direction, we wanted to have CEQA clearance prior to getting to the summer. So I understand I should have given more update, but that was the reason for filing that. That was just the CEQA exemption.
Okay, other comments from the board?
So the DSA submission, it's already been made, yes?
For increment 1.
What does that mean? What's the increment 1, 2, and 3?
Yep, so increment 1 is the demolition of buildings B and C and all the necessary site infrastructure, meaning like the new trenching and conduits that are going to connect the campus after the rest of the campus starts getting demolished. That's the only thing that's in DSA currently. No new construction is in DSA.
So those aspects were already included in when we talked about this in January, those are the same?
Yep, so nothing, so for instance, if we were to say, nope, Brent, no, we don't want to go that way, all of the site utility package, all the demolition would have been included in the January update. It's the same package.
Okay.
So I have a comment, and it's gonna sound like I think it sounds weird when I think about it, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Because the high school district, when they have new buildings go up, right? The board members are invited to also go sign the beam, right? And they have groundbreaking things, and they invite the community, and they invite lots of people. And I think it's an opportunity, not just for the board, but also for to celebrate and engage the community. So don't just have SMS sign it, when they going forward for these things, let's invite people, let's let the whole community know, let's tell Rotary, let's tell the city council, let's have a thing. Even though it's a little bit of money, but it is I'm telling, how happy for the ribbon cutting for Ellis, how happy were all those people who were there? They all felt included, they all felt, you know what I mean? You had
So we're doing a ribbon cutting for the new building, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so
Yes.
like that.
Like that, but I personally really think the board would go. I think it would be fun, and it would be just celebratory of some of those other milestones. Not every milestone, not every single one, but the big ones, and Peggy, Mike, Isabella, and I, we put a lot of time into the bond and the parcel tax and stuff, it was kind of odd because the high school district was having similar activities, beam signing or whatever, and their whole board is going, there's a whole thing, and they're it's cool that the kids signed it, it's just a different way of going, but we would like to also participate. Please also still have the children sign it. You know what I mean? Okay,
Yeah.
I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, I echo that, because our bonds are passing by over 15% of what's needed, right? So we're very excited as a community that we are making such great progress with our facilities, and really enthusiastic about that give and take, the communication back and forth, and would love to celebrate more, however we can do that.
Okay. Anything else, Bert? Okay, I really do wanna see the front of that building, so even when you get that rendering, like, just flash it to us in a meeting, like, we'll agendize it just to look at the picture.
And one more thing.
Yeah.
As we're talking about deficit and we're talking about solutions, how to fix the budget, and there were a couple of ideas that I heard already twice about a parcel tax or something like that, which we are not talking right now or at any point. If we don't get engaged the community in all the celebrations and we only engage the community when we're asking for something, it's not gonna fly that easy.
Okay, board ready to vote? Excellent, all right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yay. Have a good night. Okay, we are on to 10H, the approval of the MOU between Sunnyvale School District and Sunnyvale Education Foundation. Mr. Nishihara.
Yes, thank you, board. I am extremely animated to bring this MOU to you. It was mentioned earlier, this is one of the directions that Dr. Gallagher gave me to be able to execute this year, and I'm pleased to see Michelle and Katie in the audience. We had I can say with confidence that this is a well-vetted document, going back and forth. But no, all kidding aside, it's a 2-year term. It gives us a chance to implement 2 cycles of kind of the working relationship and to make sure that we're on the same page with everything. And this is a perfect document to solidify SDF support and SSD's working relationship, especially with the new superintendent coming on board, and that's one of the important aspects of it. So I recommend that the Board of Education approve the MOU between the Sunnyvale School District and the Sunnyvale Education Foundation effective July 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2027.
Thank you. I have one comment card, and then if there's anyone else online, you can use the raise hand feature now. Ms. Eugenie?
Do I comment?
Yes, if you would like to. Didn't I get a comment card from
Katie.
Oh, it's from Katie. Oh, wait, no,
No, that's a different one.
That's a different one.
There's another one.
Wait a minute.
Who wants to
Are they
talk?
both from Katie? Okay.
Just go up there.
Yeah,
Come on up. I will find your card.
Hey.
Sorry. Oh, here it is. Sorry. Welcome, Katie Rowland. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Katie Rowland, and I'm the programs chair at the Sunnyvale Education Foundation. So I just wanted to say thank you to Jeremy for being a fabulous partner as we've worked through this process, for your enthusiasm and your authenticity, your persistence, as well as your expert level adjective and acronym usage. So thank you for that. Thank you to Trustee Shen Brewster for shepherding the process on the Sunnyvale Education Foundation side. We did go through a lot of back and forths, and I wanted to just give some non-legalese to the MOU in terms of what this means for our student community as the programs chair. So just from a program standpoint, and just initially, what use of a storage space means is that we can store inclusive event components that are going to allow for people who go to any of our schools to have use of a sensory tent, as well as some other components. It's going to make that experience more inclusive and more meaningful to a lot of participants. Instead of every site buying just one, we'll accomplish all of that. It's going to allow for a place to store the All Abilities awareness materials. These are components that can be used at, again, all events across our school district. And their goal is to raise awareness and understanding and appreciation for all the many ways that we experience the world around us as human beings. And it's a potential future home of things like a science camp locker that would make sure that when we send our students to science camp, they've got all the equipment that they need, even above and beyond what I know Walden West provides. So the approval of this MOU and moreover your partnership, it's enabling these really meaningful actions to take place, inclusive and equity-based programs. And we appreciate the opportunity to work with all of you to advance an equitable, enriched education for all Sunnyvale School District students. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else online? Sorry, what did you say?
She raised their hand after they called for.
So.
But
would you like to take the call?
Yeah, because I actually had, okay, go ahead.
Gita Golakota?
Okay.
you so much for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Sunnyvale Education Foundation. I am very excited about the storage space that is being provided for Sunnyvale Education Foundation, and I'm very happy to report that most of the materials for the sensory tent that we will be unveiling to all schools within the Sunnyvale School District are ready, and if we have the permission to store them in the district storage space, we are ready to bring them in and then store them there, do a few trial runs and see how the process of checkout and check-in works, and those kind of things we need to hash out. But I'm very excited about this storage space because, you know, in Bay Area, all of us have smaller homes, and those are currently staying in my living room as we speak. So very excited about that. And the abilities awareness stuff is going to be a little bit smaller, but really it needs the space where we can check it out from, to have these tables in several of our schools, which we've already done in this past year, and which has shown a lot of improvement in the awareness from parental perspective and the students' perspective. Very excited that this kind of inclusion would be spread around the district and help our district become more inclusive and more aware of differences in a lot of different ways. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, board, can we get a motion so that we can, for approval? We can discuss.
Okay, I move to approve the approval of memorandum of understanding between the Sunnyvale School District and the Sunnyvale Education Foundation.
A second.
Okay, any discussion? Yeah, Peggy.
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment about how enthusiastic I am about this MOU. SEF has existed for 10 years now, and this formalization of our relationship with the school district really feels monumental, honestly, to have this kind of known understanding about how we operate together for each other. So it's very exciting. I also want to mention that I'm currently the vice president of SEF for like 12 more days. And when this came to the SEF board on April 5th, I did abstain from that vote. And then I took part in this ethics training through DWK. And then so I consulted with William Tunick, and he said, since I don't receive compensation for my service on SEF, it is considered a non-interest, and I do not need to abstain from this vote. So I just want to be transparent about that as well. Thank you so much for everybody's hard work on this.
Thank you. Very exciting. So, board, are we ready to vote? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, the chair votes aye and the motion passes. Congratulations
Yay.
to everybody. Okay, yay. Thank you. Okay, item 10I, approval of policy 5131.6, alcohol and other drugs. Dr. Tashti.
Coming with this policy, it has some updates, really to protect students who are struggling with alcohol and drugs. There's some new laws, AB 2711, new law SB 997, and new law AB 2998. The idea is that the language authorizes the district to use alternatives to referral of a student to a law enforcement agency in response to an incident involving the student's misuse of an opioid. So this is just kind of in alignment with our practices, kind of social justice and putting kids first and seeing how we can intervene to support them before their actions become a problem for them, both from a health standpoint and just kind of from academic areas. So coming to you with a recommendation to approve the updates for board policy 5131.6.
Okay, if there's a member of the public who'd like to comment on this, please use the raised hand feature. Great, seeing none, board, can we have a motion to approve this policy?
I move to approve the board policy 5123, promotion, sorry, no, that was
5131.6.
5131.6, alcohol and other drugs.
A second.
Great, board, any discussion? Pretty straightforward. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, the motion passes. Item 10J, approval of policy 5123, promotion, acceleration, and retention.
Coming forth with an update to this policy, given our increase in a number of TK placements in classrooms, was important to kind of clarify our process with regards to acceleration and retention. And so this is to support initial placement and appeals as it relates to transition kindergarten and kindergarten age students, to ensure that we are giving students a full opportunity to access TK fully and not accelerate at this particular grade level unless there are specialized circumstances, potentially a student in special education or some other unique situations. But in general, to give students that initial placement in our district in TK before considering an acceleration process for TK students. That is the primary update here. And then also fine-tuning our consideration of students transitioning from kindergarten to first grade.
Thank you. If there's a member of the public who would like to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature now. Okay, seeing none, board, can I get a motion for approval of this policy? Yeah, go ahead.
I move to approve the board policy 5123, promotion, acceleration, retention.
I second.
Great. Discussion, ready to vote?
Yeah.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes. Item 10K, approval of policy 5131.8, mobile communication devices. Dr. Dean.
Okay, this policy has been updated to reflect the new law, AB 3216, which requires a governing board by July 1, 2026 to develop, adopt, and update every 5 years a policy to limit or prohibit student use of smartphones. And we wanted to get this approved early if possible, beyond that date, because this past year at Columbia Middle School, we actually began a pilot process to actually minimize this use on the campus. This kind of would support that work that we've been doing there to be proactive, to have students more focused and minimize distractions associated with smartphones and learning. And so this policy basically provides the language and clarifies the use of students' personal electronic devices. And so this is a new policy coming forth for us to adopt as a school district. We are recommending your approval of board policy 5131.8.
Okay, if there's a member of the public and you'd like to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature now. Okay, seeing none, board, can we get a motion?
I have a clarifying question, but it can be after the motion.
Okay. Would you like to make a motion?
Not really.
Okay, we need a motion to discuss.
I move to approve policy 5131.8, mobile communication devices.
I second.
Excellent.
Okay, so my questions are, this does not ban the kids actually having the cell phone with them in case of an emergency, isn't it?
No, it doesn't ban, like the process that we've been using at Columbia is am I gonna get it right? Young pouches, so that they are not accessing them during the instructional day. If there is an emergency, of course, the teacher will be reporting that emergency, which is our safety protocol, and then through, of course, our front office and then our district level. So it does minimize that use, but it doesn't prohibit them, especially if they have emergency type situations, like if they have medical conditions, etc.
But will they be able to use it during recess?
At this time, they will not be using it during recess.
Okay, because I believe that the children have different anxieties and different social anxieties, and not everybody should be cut from them if needed. For 1 second, there are I've been hearing a lot in different, from different board members, from different school districts, different situations where the kids have been actually either bullied, or they have different social anxieties, or they have some, even if they don't have enough to have an IEP, when they actually rely on the cell phones during the recess, during time off outside the classroom, or where they have been able to actually speak up about some bully situation because they have been able to record it or have the cell phones. Not even talking that we are in a reality in a country where everybody can get a gun, and I don't feel comfortable. I feel more comfortable knowing that my kids will have a cell phone in their pockets, even if they're not using it in case of an emergency. So I'm not completely comfortable approving a situation when the cell phone won't be in them, will be in a pouch in front with the teacher, or in a situation where they can be outside being bullied, or they can be outside if they don't feel comfortable in a social situation and they can use it during the recess, where a lot of people use it because they feel more comfortable. Not everybody is, having many friends. You cannot push the situation if they don't feel like it.
On the positive, there are some exceptions, and so one of the areas you were speaking to is about anxiety. If there was a student who was identified who actually had an anxiety issue, that would be something the principal and or their teacher would know about, and special exceptions would be provided to that student. So those unique nuances for students who have them would be discussed, but would need to be discussed, because they should be off and away.
There's 4 on there. In case of emergency, perceived dangers, when a teacher or administrator grants permission to the student to possess its mobile communication device with a doctor's note, or when the possession or use is required by the student's IEP. But so are you saying that you're not comfortable with them being in the pouch during class?
Yes, because if something happened during the class, an emergency, they should have them with them. And it's part of, being a good teacher, I believe, to be able to monitor if kids are actually taking out the cell phone instead of doing the homework.
It's really difficult though. I think that part is really difficult. I think the class is like really hard to monitor with, when kids really want to get to it, like if it's not put up somewhere, I think it's extremely difficult to do, because the kids will go under their desk or like in their pocket or whatever, and they're listening to something. I think in general, the other cell phone issue is kids are using cell phones to coordinate when to go to the bathroom and like beat people up or to do some of the bullying that you're talking about, right? So there is some of that. I understand what you're saying about breaks, but it's the Uvalde thing, right? Like that's what we heard right after Uvalde. Big school shooting we heard so many people say, like just panicked, like my mom, my dad want me to have my cell phone on me. Like they don't want me to put it up during class because something could happen right now. But I'm just hopeful that we can distinguish between I understand that is a real fear, but I think if the cell phones get in the way with class, that's like a different problem, right? Like if a kid really needs it, or there's something like that, then they can have a note, they can make an exception, but like in general, there's lots of high schools and lots of schools where it's not a pouch, that's nothing put away, it's like a cubby, you just check in, you walk into class, you throw your phone in there.
What can I ask about this Yonder pouch and what that's only at CMS, not at SMS? What's happening with those?
This year is a pilot, we're collecting data on it, we've been informing parents, and so this year is a culmination of that. Mr. Slayton and team at CMS have kind of been monitoring that, and so that'll lead into what's next. The goal is based upon that data. If that data is favorable and that is going as well as we think it could have gone, then that will be considered moving to our next middle school as well and go through the same process. That process may be delayed given the construction and so many other variables going on right now, but it is to be considered in this upcoming school year.
I support Moms Demand Action coming out, I support, I support us taking more measures if fear of gun violence is really an issue, like then let's explore that further as a board and like get some more things. I know we can't control society, but
Well, I mean, just wondered specifically about the Yonder pouch. That is something that each child has, and then they carry it around with them with their cell phone, and it's locked and unlocked. Is that how that works?
I don't know if they're carrying it or not. I'll have to check on that and get back to you.
I think it's nodding a little bit.
They are
They
are keeping it?
It's secured and then they keep it on.
Okay.
At the end of the day.
To be clear, this is a required policy to comply with the law. We have to, what does it say? We have to.
Yeah, but I think the law, because I know about other districts that have passed it, where they can use it during the recess. I think the law says during classroom and during instructional time. It doesn't say during the recess.
okay, well, would you like to propose that and then we can investigate further and get more data?
I think we could come back regarding recess. The policy at this point would support it actually either way, but we could definitely come back with details around recess, but right now the policy could support it either way.
So why don't we modify the recommendation and allow recess for now? So we can pass it and then if that's what the law
Sounds like it's not.
You won't need that in order to say in recess it's fine, but what that does mean is in our preparation for the upcoming school year, we need to think about that in our school discipline policies, whether or not how we will incorporate our cell phone policy. So we can come back there and speak to the recess, but you won't need to change the approval of the policy because this policy would afford to have it in recess or not because it's tied back to whatever the discipline and handbook policy would be for the school sites.
Yeah, and I would advise against making any specific specifications to this because the schools have been working really hard on this. And so if we want to do that, we want to bring them back and see what they shared and then have a dialogue about that before we start.
So by approving this, it's going to be then printed in the handbook, is that correct? Like, that's why we want to do this right
That phone
now.
should be off and away during instructional time. That's essentially what this is saying, and there's only these 4 kind of exceptions on why a student might actually have more access to their phone than the average student would have. I mean, that is the essence of the policy.
But then, I am curious about the pouch. So that each teacher has a pouch when they get into their classroom and then they take it out when they leave the classroom. I mean,
what I would recommend is to give you all an update, maybe in August. We can do that before school starts. I'm not sure what's on our updates then, but we could give you an update on what the process has been at Columbia this year, and then just overall what the protocols are as it relates to cell phones, and then weigh in, and if we need to make some changes, we could think about what those changes needed to be.
But we're gonna go into the school year with phones allowed at recess.
Not according to this.
Yeah.
The way it says.
She's saying that they could.
Yeah, what I'm saying is we can come back prior to, I think the August board meeting is before school starts, correct? Yeah, so that would give us time to have a conversation. And so if there's changes that need to take place as a part of our cell phone policy on the campuses, that would give us an opportunity to have a meaningful conversation and also weigh in on the data that we've received this year on our current practices, because that was the purpose of the pilot year, to inform how we proceed and move forward. So because that doesn't disregard the policy, we could do that as a part of that conversation if that's what we decided to do. But I would hate to say no or yes to that without the data from the middle school that has piloted the process this school year and what that's looked like.
Because it says that you are not to use it while they are under supervision of a teacher or supervision of a staff, but while they are in recess, they are in supervision, they are not by themselves.
Yeah, again, I would just caution that the school has engaged parents and the community and teachers and even kids a lot in this, and we're talking about Columbia. So I would be really hesitant to undermine all the work that they've done all year at this point. So I think Dr. Dean's suggestion is good. Let's bring back the data in the August meeting, and then if there needs to be some adjustments, that would be an appropriate time to do it.
So my question is, so you want us to approve this so that it can go in the handbook, but we might change it in August. So would it be better to not have it in the handbook?
So
Because it sounds like the board needs some more information.
Let me just clarify. The main statement here, which is why we decided to have it recessed, we can, because that would be the specific discipline policies on the middle school campuses, but it states, the designee may undertake measures or strategies in accordance with the law to limit student access to smartphones and other mobile communication devices on campus. So again, if we wanted to specify no to recess time or yes to recess time, we would be able to do that in our disciplinary cell phone policies that we have on each of our campuses. So this wouldn't prohibit us from saying, after conversation, we think students should be able to have that, for example, during recess time, or if there's some specific details that we've learned, you'll have more information then, and you can make a determination on whether it should or should not be considered as a part of recess time.
So I've heard a lot of feedback from families at CMS about the use of Yonder pouches. And I'm also now reading the description that says it requires us to adopt a policy by July 1st of 2026. So it's not necessarily for this school year, it sounds like. So I would like to hear some more from the community, maybe from voices that haven't made it to the feedback loop that we hear. That's my personal inclination, just because I've heard of just a lot of conversations around it and lots of big feelings, and I don't know if they're in this room right now.
Okay, well, why don't we?
Well, I just want to separate again, Yonder pouches and recess are not tied to this policy. Just want to clarify that. So whichever way we want to go, it's fine with me, but they're not tied to the policy, just to clarify.
Is there a policy in the handbook now about cell phones?
There is some in there, we would just update the language based upon the new policy guidelines.
All of this, this policy that was provided to us was all red, like red line. So is there something that is black line that is already existing? And
we had our own, but this is a new policy that is coming to be updated. Like, so it's a new policy to public schools, yes.
Okay.
But we already had a cell phone policy in order to support the discipline guidelines on each of our campuses.
Okay, so that will remain in place.
That will remain in place, correct.
Okay, so I think we just, I mean, Evelyn, what are your thoughts?
I think it's important for phones to be off during classrooms and if possible away. In case of emergency, I think the kids should have the phones, but as far as having instruction in classrooms, I think it should be put away.
Okay, so I think why don't we just take a quick vote? And this is to put this new policy in, but either way, there is a cell phone policy in the discipline. Sounds like there is a cell phone policy in the discipline handbook, and maybe the board might need a little more time to kick this one around before we are comfortable with it. Or so either way is okay, just vote, let's just take a vote. So,
So, we can say, for example, that the kids can have them, I mean, if we say, well, it doesn't mean that the kids cannot have them in there, they can use the pouch, but they're just, if you say that they cannot use it during instruction and this still works, and they can use it during recess and this can still work.
You know, maybe we do just need to bring this back in August.
Yeah.
You know, it would have been really good to have these questions before the meeting. So it's making it a little bit difficult for staff. We could have brought all the data. And we do have one more meeting before, you know.
I'd like to
the school year.
propose something different. I'd like to propose approval of the policy with coming back in August to discuss where we are in our processes, recess, and any other details related to our rollout of this policy, right? Because there's varying levels of how you want to do that. As Bridget talked about, you could check them in when you come through the front door, you can check them in when you walk in the classroom, like there's all kinds of ways we can go about implementing, but like again, those are the procedural steps to activate the policy, but this does not prescribe the way you carry out phones off during academic instructional time. So we can have a deeper conversation around how we roll out the policy.
because the policy is more neutral, is what she's saying. Than probably what they have in the handbook right now. Because the handbook right now, the only place it's in is for discipline, right? So, okay, let's just vote and see
And
how it
either way,
goes.
I can do either way,
So,
but I just think that's what's best.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Chair, okay, all those against, say nay.
Nay.
Okay, and chair votes aye, so it's just flat, we'll just have to bring it back in the fall. Okay. All right, so let's move on to 10L. Thank you though for your work on that and understanding. 10L, approval of policy 5145.5, mental health. Dr. Dean.
James Springs, okay. Mental health, this policy's been updated to include substance abuse, similar to the other policy regarding drugs and alcohol, but the idea is in instruction to provide students and include students as recipients of information and training as designated by the superintendent and provide support to students. This also reflects the new law, SB 153, which requires districts to certify the California Department of Education that all employees, 40% of classified employees who have direct contact with students will receive behavioral training at least one time and other supports to understand these behavioral concerns and needs of students. So overall, the policy's been updated to expand the material related to mental health, telehealth, and other forms of communication for mental health and behavioral services for students. It is our recommendation that the board approves this policy 5141.5.
Thank you. If there's a member of the public online who wishes to speak on this item, please use the raised hand feature now.
None.
Great, seeing none, board, can we have a motion?
I move we approve policy 5141.5, mental health.
I second.
Thanks. Okay, discussion? Ready to vote? Great, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes. Item 10M, approval of policy 5141.52, suicide prevention. Dr. Dean.
Okay, this policy is reflected of the new law, SB 1318, which if a district does not have a school mental health professional contract with mental health professionals, encourages the governing board to consider when reviewing its policy on suicide prevention, whether funding should be identified for purposes of hiring a school mental health professional. Wonderful for us here in Sunnyvale, we do not have this challenge, thank goodness. But the policy also has been updated to include that mental health and behavioral services be provided in accordance with board policy 5145.5, which includes provisions for services the way of telehealth technology as well. And unfortunately, COVID taught us that, so we have a blend of some of those services currently in our counseling and social work services to our students.
If there's a member of the public who'd like to speak on this item, please use the raised hand feature now. Seeing none, board, can we have a motion for 10M?
You want to? I move to approve board policy 5141.52, suicide prevention.
Thank you, Evelyn. Thank you. Board discussion? Ready to vote? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, the motion passes. 10N, approval of policy 5145.13, response to immigration enforcement.
This policy has been updated to revise the guidance that we've been given from the California Attorney General as it relates to immigration enforcement in K through 12 public schools, or TK really, but public schools. And the idea is that we're not providing any documents regarding citizenship, immigration status of a student or a student's family. And it also further aligned it to incorporate the language that's included in our administrative regulation to ensure that students' information is kept confidential and to the school and not compiled to be a part of any list, registry, or database that is related to national origin, immigration status, religion, or any other category of individual characteristics protected against unlawful discrimination. So it is our recommendation, based upon these updates, that the board approve policy 5145.13, excuse me, in response to immigration enforcement.
Okay, if there's a member of the public who'd like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature now. Okay, seeing none, board, can we have a motion?
I move to approve policy 5145.13 in response to immigration enforcement.
A second.
Thank you. Board, any discussion?
Is there going to be any sort of new communication with the public? Just kind of a reinforcement of schools are inclusive, nurturing areas that everyone is welcome and safe. Is there anything planned in related to this policy or for that matter, like previous policies that we're also passing?
What I would say, well, there's two ways by which we do that. Anything that pops up, which we've had a couple of situations that kind of happen throughout the year, we're responsive to that and communicating specifically and targetedly with those particular schools and communities. And then in addition to that, as an ongoing process, these are the types of policies as we start a new school year, we reinforce because we have new families who are coming to us. And so we just reinforce that communication on the site level as well as district level in our support of our families to kind of create those spaces and understandings. And as we see fit throughout the year, case by case, campus by campus, additional information will be provided.
So just given the current political climate, this is something that I think would be really great to broadcast strongly in a way, like let's get out on social media that we support our students with privacy and they are safe on our campuses. That's something I feel strongly about given what's happening right now.
So I sent a letter out last week. So, and I was aware that it was at the end of the school year, but still I thought it was so important that we send it then.
Yes.
And so I think to Tasha's point, doing that again at the beginning of the year, new families, new staff. And your idea is good too, like wherever we can with social media as well.
Yeah.
Great. Anything else? Okay, let's pass this thing. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, chair votes aye and the motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are on to 11A, review and discuss all access student restrooms. This is review and discussion. So this is about converting staff restrooms to all access student restrooms. Mr. Brent Burns.
I will go over this quickly. This is just the supplemental to the report. But per board directive, district staff started exploring how to get to compliance in regards to Senate Bill 760. As part of that, we went out and walked each one of the campuses, except for Sunnyvale Middle School, to try to identify a single occupancy restroom that we could convert to a student all-access restroom. Prior to doing that, we sent a survey out to the principals and assistant principals, asking them for locations for converting an existing single occupancy restroom to a gender or an all-access restroom, with the key considerations being existing restroom locations, student access and supervision feasibility, and operational impacts. Some of the key findings that we had were that the majority of our bathrooms that we reviewed or were recommended to be converted would be converted relatively easily, with some updated signage and locks. Some of the concerns that were voiced from staff as we walked through the campuses was the potential of reducing staff restrooms further, which brings up a topic of conversation. Would we allow a all-access restroom to be used both by students and staff, obviously at separate times, but that is a topic of conversation that the board should discuss. Other than that, in regarding to get to compliance, we have a relatively easy path to get there. As we continue to modernize our campus, we will continue to look at this as a more holistic approach, meaning that we will try to identify multi-occupancy student restrooms to convert to multi-occupancy all-access restrooms. But in regards to getting to compliance, we have a relatively easy path forward to accomplishing that. Please let me know if there are any questions.
Okay, we do have one public comment card, and if there's anyone else online, please use the raised hand feature now. Okay, seeing none, we're gonna hold you to that. Thank you very much. Katie Rowland, you're up. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Katie Rowland, and I have students at San Miguel and CMS. And the length of this introduction that I just gave you up until this point is how long it takes for my second grade student, who's now rising third grader, to walk to the single-sex bathrooms at San Miguel. It would take 1 minute and 4 seconds to walk to the new proposed location if he wanted to use the all-access bathrooms, just to give you an idea. I shared that with you all in November as well. The proposed location, if I'm looking at it correctly, is within the library and media space. So I have some questions about that, and I'd like to hear more. And specifically, I would like to hear how library staff is going to be trained to respond to students who come in and want to use that space as a restroom. And I'd also like to hear how that's going to work in terms of minimizing distractions for the students that are in the library during that time. And generally, I'd like to understand just more how we kind of balance those needs together. As it relates to the middle schools, in November, Jessica Jaraki shared some concerns about the amount of time students have in between classes, and particularly students who menstruate, the 3-minute break. So I'd love to know how those conversations unfolded when you were walking around campus. Were we talking about, I have 3 minutes. Do I have enough time to use one of these all-access bathrooms and still not be tardy? Further, I am curious to know more about how these all-access bathrooms tie into the digital hall pass program at CMS and the privacy of the data that's collected when our students tell the school and this third-party company which bathroom they're using, and it's recorded, and how long they spend in that bathroom, and that's recorded. I'd like to hear a little bit more because I think our students should be safe to use restrooms at the school and not be afraid of being outed or being outed to companies outside of the school or get into trouble because using this bathroom meant it took them longer than it might take someone who's cisgender. So I continue to appreciate the thoughtful leadership here in this room, and I'm really grateful to Brant and his team and the architects. I know they put a lot of time into this issue. Today outside of this room is a pretty shit day for our trans kids and our trans families, and so I really deeply thank you for working so hard to affirm our students, families, and staff who are in the LGBTQIA community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so before we go forward, Brent, can you quickly comment on, can you answer the question regarding San Miguel the library space, is that gonna be facing the exterior of the building, or is that within the library?
No, that is within the library. And there are a few restrooms that were proposed that are actually inside libraries. So this is going to be an ongoing conversation with staff as we start to go forward. A lot of these campuses don't have a whole bunch of single occupancy all access restrooms currently. So the selections are relatively few. The proposed locations from the staff are what they think is the most optimal for what they have on site. But it's not to say that there's not going to be coordination efforts from the staff in regards to, like, for instance, the library. It's a great question. I don't have an answer to that right now. That's going to be more conversations with them as we go, because there were 3, if not 4, I won't take the time, proposed locations that were inside libraries, because that's where single occupancy restrooms oftentimes are.
And then that, because right now the libraries are sometimes locked in between, right?
Correct.
So, okay, so, and then just as a clarifying question, you said that these were proposed by the staff that was out there, the staff, like the school staff?
Correct.
Okay.
Principals and assistant principals. Survey went out to them during one of the nuts and bolts meetings. Again, with the context being, next year we're going to work towards compliance for SB 760. From your experience on site, can you please recommend restroom locations that are safe, accessible, etc.?
Okay. Board, do we have a motion for purposes of discussion? Oh, it's just discussion. We discuss away. Board, questions? We're not approving.
If there are certain sites where it's like within the library or a multi-use kind of building, would those be, would we also consider a different solution in addition to like signage first, right, for compliance, and then could those school sites also be prioritized in terms of, I don't know, new construction or conversion or something that would be a more ideal?
We're talking about the 4?
The 4 that we've identified that are within.
Yeah, that'd be up to the board. To be honest, if you guys wanted us to focus on trying to modernize the restrooms to do that, yeah.
Well, I have a question even about the library. Like, so it's not honestly as like what I would say bad as like the admin building, like having to go into like the nurse, the health assistant office, but it's kind of close, right? Because when you go in the library, there's just a librarian there, or there's a class full of people there, or there's a meeting happening there, or something like that, right? So, like, is there a possibility of going back to those principals and saying, hey, what's your plan B if the library isn't gonna work? Because we need it to be open all the time. Like, what's a exterior wall door that happens, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, I get it that the libraries are often kind of in the middle, and that's handy, but it's kind of, yeah.
Are those the only single occupancy bathrooms on that campus? I'm looking at it, looks like it.
Yeah, there's, like, to be honest, there's campuses with very few, and oftentimes it's in the staff room or in the library.
Oh.
And that's
Like
kind of it,
yeah.
I mean, for the short term.
Yeah.
There's really not a lot of single occupancy staff or single occupancy restrooms spread across the campus,
Right.
unfortunately. But if I heard you correctly, I'm more than happy to ask principals if there's a secondary option, but a lot of them, there's very few options. Vargas is another one, for instance. It's staff restroom in a hallway, and that's it.
Oh.
See, on San Miguel, like, there's like a little one, and
And
you know what I mean? Like, there are some that like seem to be on the outside, but maybe that's in
Those are
a,
those are the student.
those are the student ones in a, in like the preschool or something, or?
yeah, so if you're looking, you said you're at San Miguel?
Yeah, I think I'm at San Miguel. Slide
Oh,
8.
okay. No, San Miguel.
San Miguel.
Yeah.
So if you see those.
Oh, wait, I was looking at the wrong one.
Okay.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah, that's the
school
only.
name is at the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like the only choice there. Because those other little ones are in the kindergarten rooms.
what's at the back? Oh, building B, it's like, that's probably the staff.
That's the library, and then that's the staff workroom.
Yeah. Okay, well, I do like the idea of prioritizing this for, you know, the ones who have nothing else, like prioritizing them for a gender neutral one. Like a real project, but my question was, even though the due date for this is 2026, like a year from now, is it possible to open them up sooner where the conversion is easier, like where maybe even the school year, just start them open?
So my only hesitation on committing to that is I'd want to make sure that the principals and assistant principals have every single process they need in place and they communicate with staff. I mean, I don't know if there's enough time to do that between now and the start of school, but to your bigger question, we can implement this whenever. It's going to take us changing out locks and adding different signage. That's it in 90% of these locations.
So what would be the step to expedite it? Would be the superintendent checking in with the principals when the principals get back? And then that's what it would be, right? Okay. Any other discussion on this or?
There's a question of whether staff and students would be, would they be okay using the same bathroom, right? Is that something you wanted to direct?
Yeah, I would, because that is something that as far as research has gone and as far as the architects have told me, there's no code that would limit the staff and students not being able to share a single occupancy restroom. Then it comes down to how comfortable are we having like students use it? Students aren't as clean as adults, generally speaking. It just creates different potential issues. Is all I'm saying. So if that was going to be our approach, I would just think there's going to be more conversation around that. I wouldn't want to just say like we're doing that.
Yeah, that aspect about the middle schoolers and the very short time in between classes and then perhaps also menstruating and needing to take care of that aspect.
I think that's a scheduling issue. I don't think that's a facilities issue, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't know if I can.
Feel free to jump in.
Okay. Well, I mean, there's also like that aspect of CMS, is that already in, like, we're tracking the time that kids are taking to use the restroom?
I think they proposed it. I don't know if they started doing it.
I feel like that would be part of the conversation.
But
Can you provide some context into that? Because I don't know that we're aware of.
There is some kind of proposal to track the amount of time or for students to sign out at CMS that they're going to the restroom and then sign back in.
They're using a tracking, like a system, right? So because typically what people do would be like, I will meet you there at this time, you know, and then they go and they have their private meetup time. Sometimes they have snacks in the stall. It's disgusting. So I don't think that's the issue that anyone's worried about. But in general, the idea of like teens coordinating, because they're geniuses about this, like they're coordinating their free time, which may also happen to be class time. So they're trying to see, and then also like steering off from trouble, right? Like we're gonna go and fight at this time or whatever in the bathroom. The bathrooms are like the place to be. So the school is trying to monitor that, but it really freaked out some parents. Like some parents were totally freaked out. Like they're monitoring my child's bathroom, you know, use, and what if my child's embarrassed by how long they're in the bathroom, which is reasonable, you know, to be afraid of or worried about. I mean, it's like, you know, it's your little person. So I understand, but you know, I don't think that they're necessarily concerned with like, if someone is having a bathroom problem and they're in the bathroom, I think the administration is more trying to understand like what groups of kids are meeting together in the bathroom and
Yeah,
getting in
I'm
trouble.
just saying if it takes like over a minute to get to that bathroom, right?
Yeah.
And then on that campus, is there gonna be some kind of like, will they be penalized in some way because they have to use the bathroom?
Or the idea
Then
of being
gender-
tracked, that
right.
they're on a gender.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that would be something to work out with the thing. We don't want that. We don't want anyone to be outed. Although I have to say that like a bathroom with a locking door and its own ventilation is kind of the middle school dream, right? Like,
yeah,
those other bathrooms are pretty bad.
Yeah.
So.
Absolutely, right?
What else do you wanna
Good
discuss
times.
tonight?
Okay, so yeah, we've already moved some other things to a later meeting. We have energy and water management, and meeting conduct, and then we're at the information agenda. So we're coming up to the end. I think honestly we can make it.
Brian's looking like he wants to say
Let's
one
do
back.
the energy and water management.
Cause we were coming
Is that
back on
okay?
this, right? Do you need direction on
I just want to be clear. So right now, we're coming back in with new superintendent. You guys are gonna talk to the new superintendent about rolling out the rest of the restrooms. I am going to reach out to principals and assistant principals for one, potential different locations, and two, we're expediting the signage locking issues.
Well, the
to
signage and
convert them.
locking issues, if we can roll it into this school year, would be great, if they can get the procedures around it, and if we have agreement on some of the other details, it sounds like we need to do.
Cool, okay.
So, yeah, thank
Okay.
you.
Yep.
Okay, let's go to 11C, energy and water management. Oh, this is you again,
Yep.
Mr. Burns.
Sorry. Okay, so real quick, presenting board policy revisions to board policy 3511 revision. Sorry, did you need to say something? Do I need to?
You're good.
Okay. We're presenting a proposal to the revision. While this update doesn't represent any major changes to our current practices, this does make it very clear in our language on the steps that we're taking in regards to sustainability. I did want to say that this is worth points for the CHIPS scorecard. As we fill it out, I would also like to call out an error that I have on there. So I'll revise that when we bring it back for review and action. Great thing about collaborating with other districts. Also, downfall is when I use their exact language and it says a coast side district. So I will get that revised. Anyway.
Excellent. So.
I know.
So if there's any member of the public who would like to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature.
None.
See none, board, any comments or thoughts, or do you wanna, I mean, we could,
Feedback or anything specific?
we could just have them bring it back on consent.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay, that's easy.
Thank you.
And then 11D, board bylaw 9323, meeting conduct. That is actually regarding things like tonight where we have to extend the meeting, and if we had more discussion on something, or if there was something coming up, like the other evening when there was the public hearing that we had to do. Like there was just no way we were gonna be able to extend that meeting one more time, so even though I completely agree with having shorter meetings and working out our agendas, and Evelyn, I know we are scaring the heck out of you with our time in general, with the spring, with all the things that we've had on our agendas. I really think that I asked for this to come forward on the agenda because I think we could keep everything about the policy except for to say, right now there's in the third paragraph, it says the meeting shall be extended no more than once, and if necessary, may subsequently be adjourned to a later date. And I think we should just say the meeting may be adjourned, may be extended more than once, not no more than once. Because I think having a target and saying like, we're gonna get this done in an hour is a great idea. But I think just not being able to do it after that it's felt very constrained.
There's a suggestion during packet review that we have a subcommittee with the new superintendent to talk about this and other such issues.
Okay.
And I'd like to do that, or can we
Yeah.
Yeah, that was with
That
E,
affects-
the virtual public comments.
Right.
Yeah, that one too.
Right.
Moderator public, but not on this one too?
Yeah, just how meetings are conducted, how board meetings are conducted in general. Would want to like have a conversation with our new superintendent. And there could possibly be a subcommittee of the board to talk about that, and then we could bring that to the board.
Because I like the idea of if we need to extend it for 5 more minutes so he could finish his
Yeah.
budget presentation, we could have been able to do it or something like that.
Right.
But yes, trying to, as you say, like trying to have a goal in no more than 1 hour. But then if something very important comes up, we can add something extra.
Okay, we don't have to decide now, but we can, I like the idea of bringing it up with the new superintendent. Same thing for the next one, which was virtual public comments. I think that would also.
Do we want to form a subcommittee at this time, or just later talk about it?